All right, welcome to the USPA drug-tested Kansas State Championships. Christy is coming up next with a state record of 75 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Makes easy work of that one, and the judges say 3 white lights lift is good for a state record. Great way to start off. Next up is Addie, another state record, same rack height, meaning the rack will not be adjusted between the lifters, with 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Platform is ready for Addie.
We've got a lot. It's free for everybody at home. It's from Barbell Club's YouTube page. Barbell Club and the video will be full coverage of today's meet, and that'll be saved there. There we go.
Makes it look easy, and the judges say 3 white lights lift is good for Addie at 97.5 kilos. Lincoln is up next, 100 kilos being loaded onto the bar. That is a red, a green, and a collar. Now, if you'll notice, all of our lifters are utilizing a squat bar, which is 55 pounds instead of 45 pounds, like a regular power bar. Squat bar provides a little bit more stability, especially when you get up to heavier weights. It's a little bit stiffer. The bar itself is thicker as well and a little bit longer, if you know what I'm saying. It's true. All right, really good. Clean walkout. And she gets the smoke. 2-1. Now, I'd guess that would be a little bit of a depth on the right-hand side. Lifters only need 2 white lights out of 3 to get a passing grade on their lift. Just like school, you only need a 66% to graduate. Kelly in the leopard print. Gets nice and stable, gets a start command from Joe. Drops it like it's hot, comes right back up with it. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. And Brianna Smith is up next with 102.5. This is a state record. We keep knocking these state records after state records.
Let's go, Annie. 226.
Annie's walking out with 226. Steps right back up. Let's see what the judges have to say about that lift. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Karen is up next with 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 264.6 pounds. Here at Strong Barbell Club, we don't round up the kilos. We keep them the exact or round down, actually. We don't like to add weight to our bar that's not there. All right. Karen's opening up with a nice, easy 120 keys on this bar. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good for Karen. Alyssa Acosta's up next with 122.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. It's Elisa Acosta, that's my bad. Lift is good for Elisa. Jasmine Ramsey's up next with 275.6 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right. And the judges say lift is good for Jasmine. Madison Jenkins is up next with 127.5 kilos for a state record. And we are joined by the wonderful Christy yet again.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I am late.
Is that a juicy peach that I see?
Oh, it is for sure. It's like the one and only Alani Nu I actually enjoy.
For reference, we're talking about an energy drink, everybody.
Yeah, it's Alani Nu. And it's delicious.
All that I've got is my white fuzz monster that tastes like TV static.
Yeah, no, the best part of this is it's still like 0 grams of no, I guess there's 3 carbs in it.
It doesn't count.
It's still got 200 milligrams.
Drops
That's
it down,
a good
stands
lift for
right
Maddie.
back up. Judges say lift is good. Nina is up next. 132.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 292.1 pounds. Nina's positioning herself underneath the bar. A little bit of a fight through on this first rep. 2-1, lift is good. Now, Christy, I was talking a little bit earlier about how you only needed 66% to pass, just like school.
It is kind of, I've never thought about it like that, but that is very true. You really only needed 33% to pass if you think about it. Well, okay, so I'm talking about the whole day. So 33% to pass the whole day. 66% to pass the lift. So when I say 33%,
really
that's 1 squat, 1 bench, 1 deadlift.
So you need 66% of a lift to get the lift, but only 33% of the day to have a good day. Next up is Savannah.
Let's go, Sav.
SBC's own resident mullet queen.
She's got that beautiful sparkly pink belt.
Good pick. Clean walkout. She is speed. She is grace.
That's a
Her
smile.
eyes open wide as heck on that one. That was a good lift for Savannah Shields.
Mr. Mark Elder over on that left side being strict on depth today.
Mark's been throwing reds all day so far.
I've noticed that so far.
Oxy is up next with 319.7 pounds being loaded onto the bar for Oxy. I think this is going to be a solid day.
This is going to be a great day. All right, let's go, Oksana. 145 kilos for her, 319.7 pounds. That was a pretty squat. Oh, but not quite deep
2 to
enough.
1. In the wrong direction. That is no lift.
She needs to sit down a little bit further then.
Open up the hips just a little bit. Sink that butt in. Now next up we have somebody competing in classic raw. Christy, would you mind explaining what classic raw is for everyone at home?
Classic raw means that instead of knee sleeves like Oksana was wearing, Ashley will be wearing knee wraps. And so you can kind of see the tabs hanging out of the top of her legs a little bit when she steps up to the platform here. And you can also notice she's walking a little bit more stiff-legged. Ultimately, the goal is to get more out of a wrap, which is why it's a different division than a knee sleeve.
And one thing that people don't seem to understand about classic raw is if you can walk and bend your knees, you're not really getting anything out of those knee wraps.
No, in fact, you might as well wear inter knee sleeves at that point.
Honestly, yeah. Now, one thing of note, and we'll see if it happens, with a classic raw squat is it's actually harder to hit depth because it's restricting your knees and your motion. So what a lot of lifters do is they'll try to throw their hips open at the very bottom to get that little bit of extra depth, and that's actually what you saw right there.
That's exactly what she did. It's interesting too because there's a certain way to wrap knees, and everybody kind of does it just slightly different for each lifter.
You've got the up and down, you've got the X, you've got the willy-nilly.
Some people go higher on the femur than other people do.
Now, I've competed in classic raw, actually.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have. I only squatted 474 pounds.
Did you at least get 10% out of them?
At that point in time, I got like almost 15%.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, but I can tell you the most annoying part about squatting in wraps is if you get a solid 10 and you're not ready for it, you feel claustrophobic. And you're scared that you're not going to be able to feel your feet at the end of it. All right, so what you're also noticing on the left-hand side of your screen is they were just checking out her equipment because that was a state record.
Correct.
They had to make sure that it meets specifications and she's not cheating with long wraps or anything like that.
Make sure her wraps are good. She doesn't have anything underneath her singlet that could also be adding additional support. All right, this is 82.5 kilos for Christy here. It's a good looking second attempt. Let's see what those judges say.
So, lifters get 3 attempts at every lift. Is that correct, Christy?
In this federation, that is correct. You get 3 attempts. There could be a potential 4th attempt, though, if it's a record.
World record, correct? Or is it national?
It depends on the meet that you're at. If you are at a national level meet, it must be a world record. If you are at a state, maybe it could be a national record for a 4th attempt at a national meet. If you're at a state record, or at a state meet, you can take a 4th for a national record or a state record, I do believe. And that same rule goes for chipping.
And the one thing that I really like to point out with 4th attempts that a lot of people don't get is it doesn't count towards your meet total.
That is also very correct. It is purely just lifts.
It's
A single lift that could maybe get you another record.
so if your goal for the day is to set a world record in the squat, that's awesome.
Yes.
But just know that your 4th attempt doesn't count towards your overall total. And
Or
it could
your
drain
dots
you.
at the end.
Correct. And speaking of dots, are dots like Dippin' Dots, or what are dots?
So dots are a coefficient that uses an athlete's body weight, and some coefficients they actually use the athlete's age too. But it takes that body weight and then also applies the lifter's total weight lifted on that day. If you talk about dots with like a middleweight lifter or a lighter weight lifter, you might have more positive thoughts on dots than somebody that's super heavyweight or on the top end of the weight class, because dots can typically favor. Yeah, sometimes dots
one
can
thing that
favor
I've
the
noticed
middle.
is if you're either extraordinarily light or extraordinarily heavy, though, the dot seems to favor you.
Huh. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Because in Atlanta this year, there was a super heavyweight lifter who ended up having like almost a 585 dots.
Yes, she did. What was her name?
But you remember who I'm talking about.
Yes, and she had a massive total.
She had a massive total, but the dots didn't match up with the total nearly as much. As
No,
what
like
you'd
her
expect.
dots would have been like, I don't know, it's hard to say because dots are dots, but
All right.
all right.
Lakin is up next, 107.5 on the bar. And come up, really good squat. So one thing to talk about when you talk about dots or coefficients is it takes a subset of data that's being input into the system.
That is correct.
So the fewer lifters that you have to pull from, the less data that you have, the more skewed that your information is going to be.
That is also very
So
true.
the medium weight classes are a little bit more precise because there are more competitors in those light medium to heavy mediums.
Yeah,
But
Brian, you're pulling all of the brain facts over here today. I am impressed. That makes so much sense, actually.
So it's your subset of data really determines how well your information is, and which is why Wilkes wasn't very good for a long time because they never updated it. All right, Annie Smith is coming in with 110 kilos. Drops it down, comes back up. See what the judges have to say.
Good
Three white
lift.
lights, good lift. Now, one thing that Christy and I pride ourselves on is if we think something's going to be real iffy, we'll let you know.
Honestly, though, I'm surprised with Oksana's. I thought it looked good from over here,
It
personally.
looked good. The hard part is now.
We're not on those sides, though, so we can't
Correct.
tell. We can't see the direct knee alignment to where the hip hinge comes below the knee.
We can have an idea of where things are because we've been doing this long enough. And
Right.
I've been doing this a very long time, so I have experience. And you're an international elite level competitor, so you have elite experience. All right, Karen is up next. Her first attempt was a little bit slow. It looked like she might have gotten out of position just a hair. Let's see how this second attempt looks.
You know, first attempt squats can be kind of rocky sometimes. Sometimes they're the worst squat I move on the platform, too. And that's okay. You get a lot of nerves for those first squats. Come on.
Three white lights, good lift.
Good lift for her. We'll see what she decides to do on her third attempt.
Didn't leave any doubt. 2.5, maybe 5 keys is what I'd call for that third. Maybe 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5 is about where I would go, too.
Elisa Acosta's up next, 130 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Reminds me of off-road at least.
The playlist that we have going right now at the meet is absolutely a banger.
I'd be doing like tricks and shit while I'm
I'd prefer a little bit closer to like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 going on right now. Give me that Power Man when worlds collide.
All right, she's getting nice
Okay,
and
so
tight
I'm really
underneath the
liking
bar
this
for
whole
her
black and
pack.
white outfit that she's got going on first
It's
of all.
beautiful, and she's got yellow shoes on. It kind of matches the gold in her headband a little bit there.
her whole outfit is tied together really well.
Man, that's a deep squat.
Drops
That
it
was
down,
nice.
Comes right back up. Really good on the depth.
No question on depth there.
3 white lights. I thought she might have gotten a red light for being too deep, actually. That's not a thing, everybody, but it should be. Encourage people to hit the right depth so they get the most out of their squats. I'd be the first one to get red lights for that, though.
There are some people. I've back spotted a few Olympic lifters before who are notoriously like
Deep.
ATG deep, and I can't squat that low, so it's always interesting spotting them from the back as well.
The only thing that stops me from hitting the ground is my calves.
That's
All
the
right.
best.
Jasmine's coming in with 132.5 kilos. This is another strong barbell club lifter. Our gym members love to show up and show out.
Yes, they do. Well, it's fun. It's like the home advantage sort of thing. You get to sleep in your own bed.
Let's go, Jasmine!
That is huge.
Yeah. There we go. Let's see what those 2 to 1, not a good lift.
And again, if you see the side, the 2 reds on the side, that could be for a few things for squat. Either they didn't hit depth, there could have been foot movement on the side after the start command has been given and before the rack command has been given.
It could also be soft knees,
It could be
any kind of downward motion,
correct, like a little bit of an up-down motion.
a double bounce
Ooh.
in the hole of the squat.
Double bounce is really good, but usually if you see the double bounce, you'll get that with the head judge as well.
That is very correct. All right, this is
Right,
Miss Maddie
Madison.
J. 137.5 for her. She is a strong little nugget. Oh, yeah.
I think that's another 5-kilo jump.
I think,
minimum.
yeah,
5 to 7.5 is where
I
would
think
go with
so
that
for
one.
her.
Nina's up next with a state record. 140 keys being loaded onto the bar.
Maddie's also a coach herself. I believe she coaches a high school team, or is it a college team? She does coach powerlifting herself.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, platform is ready for Nina. Oh, no. That is an incredibly narrow grip.
It's legal.
I don't know. Her hands are literally on her shoulders.
That is a French IPF style.
That. I don't think I've actually seen that in person in a very long time. Like, that is surprising how close that is. Two to one, good lift for Nina. That left side was definitely a little bit high. But again, her hands were so narrow on that.
My shoulders and chest muscles would not ever let me get that narrow on the bar.
I can't even do that like without a bar.
You
Put weight on
can't
there.
see Brian right now, but he's making a W with his upper body right now.
I can't get any closer.
It's about as good as he's getting. All right, we got Miss Savannah up here.
Savannah's back up again. She is 314.2 pounds on the bar. Like we were saying earlier, here at SBC, we don't round up our kilos.
Nope, it's 314 pounds here. Not 315, 314.
Good walkout.
There we go.
Hits it hard, comes right back out of the hole.
Three white lights for
lift is
her.
good.
That's beautiful.
Again, I'd take about a 2.5 to 5 on that one because Savannah's very much, and this is more of a personal thing with how we know the lifter. Savannah's very much not a grinder. Not on squats.
Right, and one thing you learn about each other and yourself as you kind of go through powerlifting and you do more meets is you learn if you are that person or not, or if you can develop that person. I never used to grind my third attempt squat because I wanted to, quote unquote, save energy for the rest of the meet.
And now you're
until I reviewed like one of my last third squats and I was like, if I would have tried a half a second longer, I would have had that.
Oh, Oxy's up next. Now, one thing that I find really impressive about Oksana,
She doesn't have a belt on.
she doesn't have a belt on. I'm glad you picked up on that immediately. And there's speed.
Okay, let's see if she got down there this time.
Three
Good
white
for
lights,
her.
lift is good. Now, the reason why it's a little surprising that she's not wearing a belt is because the belt helps provide stability by creating intra-abdominal pressure on your squat.
It's almost like a cube.
Correct.
Yeah.
The way that I can explain it best to people is your spine is the structure of a building. So it's like the steel piping and the rebar. The belt is the concrete that provides that stability for it to flex out against.
Yes, and so another great way to think about it too is a can that I've seen
Exactly.
it compared to before. So you can have a soda can that is full that you can step on and it doesn't compress. So like when you create that intra-abdominal pressure against the belt or just in general, your spine is more supported, but once the beverage is gone inside the can and you step on it, it collapses.
It gets crushed, correct. And that's also where your Valsalva maneuver comes in.
Yes.
Ashley is going for a national record in classic raw.
This is a 400-pound squat here. Come on.
Hits a hole, not quite there. Good job for our spotters and loaders. She can come back and try that again.
That brings us to round 3 of squats.
All right, we're moving on to third attempt fly day.
On the bar for Christy to start us off. Andy, you're on deck. Kelly, you're in the hole. Lincoln, you're 3 out. Andy, you're 4 out. Karen, you're 5 out. Pounds to start things off for round 3.
All right, here we go with third attempt.
All right, and Christy's actually squatting a high bar position, meaning that the bar is sitting a little bit higher on her traps. And again, another great catch by our spotters and loaders.
Eddie's up next at 237 pounds. Let's go, Eddie. 237.
All right, we got Addie up next, 107.5 kilos or 237 pounds.
Go, Eddie.
Oh, that's how third attempt should be. You have to actually try. And you probably don't have anything left in the tank there.
If you don't try on your third, what are you doing?
All right, next up we have Kelly Barron here,
Kelly.
110.5 kilos. This is a national record attempt.
And so you'll see a lot of national and state records being taken today. And that's because in powerlifting, there are different weight classes and different age groups.
Correct.
And different equipment specifications.
Performance ready for Kelly Barron at 243 pounds for a national record attempt.
That was a nice unrack for Kelly. There we go. Come on, Kelly.
Kelly keep, So she came a little bit forward on that one and started to collapse down into her chest a little bit. Correction for that would be, obviously, other than being stronger, like somebody who's a douche would say, it's correcting it so that instead of her ass shooting up a little bit first, it's getting that back nice and tight, pulling her lats in, and keeping her chest in a little bit more of an upright position.
Good mornings.
Back attack.
Back attack.
Stiff-legged dead, RDLs. Oddly
RDL,
enough.
lots of things.
Build
And
that.
that's the other thing that you'll see with third attempts too, is you'll see a lot more form breakdowns. It's a great learning opportunity is what it is.
You learn real fast.
You learn what you need to come back and fix this next time. All right, we have Lacken here with 112.5 kilos on the bar, 248 pounds. She's got a pretty blue Notorious shoe on down there.
I love those shoes.
There we go.
Good grind. Honestly, another 2.5 to 5 kilos is what she might have had on there.
Maybe.
But the other
That
thing
was
to think
still
about,
a great third
it
attempt.
was a great third attempt. A really good call. I'm not. Whenever I say 2.5 kilos, that's not an insult. That means that your attempt looked like it was heavy. You might have been able to get a little bit more. But
On a
that's
perfect
the right
day.
call.
Yeah, I think still 2.5 is a good
Because
call.
if you're trying to win your weight class or the overall meet,
Yeah.
you want to build a total. And if you lose 2.5 pounds on your top set, it's not the worst thing in the
No,
world
it's
compared
not.
to if you jump by
'Cause-
5 to 6 and you miss it.
Right, exactly. All right, this is 117.5 kilos.
Digging real deep.
Man, these third attempts are exciting.
I love to see
Good lift for her.
I love to see grinders on third attempts.
It's fun.
It makes me feel good on the inside.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if I'm cold or if I have goosebumps right now, but
Yes. The other thing is, when you hit that third attempt for a grinder and you get it, that smile, that little bit of,
It's exciting,
emotion,
yeah.
You feel good about yourself.
you worked hard. You earned it.
Work hard, squat hard.
A lot of people train for 12 weeks to come and lift 9 times
True.
and hopefully get a few of them,
I mean, the one thing that I like to point out is I've been training for 2 years since my last meet. I don't know when I'm going to compete again, but I'm always ready for it.
That is true. That's the fun of it.
Of course, I'm surrounded by top-level athletes like yourself, Christy. Come on, kid! I'm surrounded by top-level athletes like you.
You're funny. Oh,
Drop set. No, not quite there. She hit the bottom of the hole really hard, pitched forward a little bit, and then
and
tried
then
to overcompensate.
came back. Yeah.
It was a good fight, but it's almost, you want to maintain some semblance of control on the way down.
Hip circle walks.
Sled drags.
Sled drags. All right, we've got Jasmine up here with
Jasmine is
132.5
up next.
kilos.
She missed this on her
Second attempt.
second attempt. Yeah.
Let's go, Jasmine. 292 on the bar for Jasmine Ramsey.
All right. Good controlled walkout.
Let's go, Johnson. Come on. Let's go.
Good brace. Pushes herself into it. Hits the hole. Comes back up. Strength was there. Let's see what the side judges have to say. 3 white
Good
lights.
lift.
Good job. Came back and got that. Elisa is coming in with 142.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
All right, let's go, Elisa. All right, let's go. Look at her go. Come on, stick with it. Waits for that rack command. Yes, that was a fantastic third. She didn't sink it as deep that time either.
She didn't. That was. Her knees were like applauding her on that attempt.
Were they? This is all or nothing. She's very excited over there.
I mean, after a squat like that, I would be as well.
I'm assuming that's a PR, but 314 is a big number. It's a big.
That's basically 3 plates.
right.
Not quite. Again, we don't round up here.
3 plates that aren't calibrated. We can call it that. How many
Yeah,
plates in
that's
this gym
fine.
do we have that are probably shaved off a little bit?
Depends, is it 3 of the 3-prong plates? Because that would make it like 50-pound plates
Right.
instead of 45.
Right.
All right, she missed it. No, she got this on her second attempt. Now,
Man,
we're
she's
talking about
really
behind
hit.
her. She got caught in the middle, not quite there. Really, really good fight for her on that
That
one.
was
Just got
such
caught.
a good fight. She had an evolution of faces, though. Like, you could see, all right, let's do this. And I think I'm getting this to, dang it.
And it's really weird. We don't really often see a lifter fail right where she did. She hit the spot where usually your second gear kicks in and you're able to push through a little bit.
I will disagree because I have failed a squat there before. It's like right where those chains hit. If you use squat with, I don't know what it is.
It's
All right, this is third attempt for Miss Savannah
I usually
here.
fail a lot lower. It's weird. You know, at the bottom of the squat.
Eh.
All right, Savannah's taking a nice wide stance.
There we go. Come on, Sav.
No, not quite there. That's okay. She was so close. She almost had it. All right. Madison Jenkins is up next. 147.5 kilos being loaded on the bar. 325.2 LBS.
The screen's a little far away from my eyes, but I do believe Miss Maddie weighed in at 55.6 kilos, so that's something to take into account with this. This is a big squat. She's strong. She competes in the 56 kilo class, so my eyes did not deceive me too much here.
It's a hole. Not quite there. One thing that I think kind of happened there, and this is more of a personal thing, she started to shake her head up and down when she thought she was going to get it, and I think that caused a little bit of tension loss.
That's very possible, unfortunately. You get really excited because you've made it past and you think it's there, and then you kind of lose what you're, like, keeping that neck nice stacked impact is really important.
Because the second that you start moving that, your traps and your lats start to lose it, so your back starts to cave. The other thing that might happen, and again, this isn't an exact thing, the other thing that might happen is when you do that, you lose a little bit of that Valsalva maneuver as well. All right, Oxy's up next, doing a big ol' hefty 155 kilos on the bar.
341 pounds on the bar, and this girl's still squatting with no belt. I put a belt on with this much weight.
That's because she's got them SBDs on those knees.
Oh man, she's
She did
smiling.
a big old smile there. Hits it.
Yeah.
She's got a few more pounds. Realistically, and this is going to be, I think,
Great lift for
Oksana,
her. Good for her.
I think in the next year or so, if we can throw a belt on that lifter, she's getting close to 400 in the next year.
Easily.
Especially with that smile. That made me feel good.
I think something to mention here too is that there are different sizes of belts. She has a long torso, so I don't think she would be disadvantaged at all. But
All right, let's go, Ashley. We'll talk about belts here in a second.
yeah,
when
no,
we
this
switch
is
between-
exciting. Let's get this, Ashley. Come on. 185 kilos again for her on the bar.
All right, she missed this one in the middle last time. Let's see if we can get behind her.
Let's go, Ashley! Let's go! Let's go, come on!
Hits it.
Come on, stick with it.
Let's see what the judges have to say.
Three white lights for
That
her.
is exactly what happened last time is she didn't trust her wraps enough.
And so that's the other thing that I've never squatted in ramps before, but my husband does. And he always talks about you have to trust your wraps.
Exactly. And what that means is your wraps aren't going to, odds are your wraps aren't going to blow out at the bottom. You need to hit those, things hard, you need to hit them fast, and you need to get the rebound out of them. Because it feels like there's piano wire behind your kneecaps.
But you also don't want to drop it like it's hot.
You don't
either.
want to, again, it's that idea of like fast and controlled. You want to have good tension all the way through the squat, and you want to hit that hole with
You want the
force.
rebound.
Yeah, you want force at the bottom. All right, we're now switching to Flight B. Now, one thing that Christy was talking about was belts.
So they make different widths of belts. So Pioneer specifically, I believe, produces the 2 different widths of belts.
Actually, most companies produce 3 and 4 inch
I guess
belts.
Inzer does too, don't they? I don't believe SPD does though. They just have
SPD
one.
has the
13 millimeter. It's 4 inches, right?
Yeah, it is a 4-inch
Yeah.
belt. Belt Fed Strength, a smaller handmade company, actually also produces some skinnier belts as well.
Okay.
So there's also a bench belt, which you should not
It's
use
like
for
an
squat.
inch. But you really only see that with single ply and multi-ply lifters.
Correct. Occasionally, I have seen a few raw lifters use it, but I've seen them.
But the advantage of having a shorter belt per se on your height is because if you have a shorter torso, on squats it may pinch in certain areas and become uncomfortable, or on deadlifts. I've seen one lifter that sticks out in my mind specifically is Brittany Chown. She uses 2 separate belts for squat and deadlift because of how her leverages work.
And there's one other thing that we're not really talking about, not just the width of the belt, the height, but how thick the belt is as well. Let's go, Luke. Luke is a Special Olympian. Rocking it out today. Doing a great job.
Good lift for Luke. He just competed at Built Strong in November.
He enjoys competing. He loves it.
It's fun.
So there's the width of the belt, or how tall it is.
Correct.
There's also the thickness of the belt.
That is also
And people
correct.
have very different preferences on that. Like me, I used to compete in a 10 millimeter belt.
Oh, see, I'm 13 millimeter or bust.
I'm the exact opposite now, Christy. I'm a 6 millimeter belt.
Whoa.
So my belt is a little bit
Even for
flimsier.
like a big single attempt? Oh,
All of my heaviest lifts have been in a 6 millimeter belt.
interesting.
I don't know why.
Ultimately, it's what works best for you, though. That's
Correct.
the thing.
And it's to me, it's a little bit It's a little bit more flexible, so I feel like I can fill it a little bit more and a little bit easier for myself. I got it from lifting with my buddy Derek, and I borrowed his belt one time, and I was like, "This feels pretty nice." And so I started using a 6 millimeter belt.
See, and it's quite the opposite experience. Experience for me is so at USAPL Raw Nationals, I actually, so I had an Inzer belt, which is probably one of the stiffest belts you can find. I tried on an SBD belt while I was there. Probably one of the worst things I could have done because I fell in love with it then. It's like it was already broken in feeling. It was nice and thick and you could brace into it. It was fantastic.
The one thing that I really, and this is more of a petty complaint, obviously, but I like that Pioneer does customized belts. The belts can look different compared to something like an SBD. That's the exact same belt across the board. But the one thing that does is it provides uniformity, meaning that you know what the belt's going to feel like if you ever have to buy a new one.
Right.
Which you shouldn't, because these things last literally decades.
Right. There's a lot of really cool custom belts I've seen done by Pioneer. They can do a lot of really cool things with embroidery and stuff. And they have a lot of different textures you can put on your belt. All right, this is 120 kilos for Austin Cook here.
So the most underrated part of a squat, in my opinion, the one that people need to work on the most to get the best out of their squat is your walkout.
I don't think that's underrated at all. I think that's like one of the big threes for squats, in my opinion.
It is, but what I mean by underrated is people don't focus on their walkout. They focus on the squat portion. They don't focus on how to most efficiently move the weight from the rack to the start position.
Right, and I think it depends on the environment you're in too. If you're in a gym setting like Strong Barbell Club, you kind of see what the expectation is or what the normal is a lot more often than in a commercial gym or CrossFit gym. You don't need to be 4 feet away from the squat rack to squat. And think about all that energy you're using to walk away from the rack that much. A lot of people say the walkout should be just 2, maybe 3 steps. And that's where the monolift comes in too. Sometimes it's 0 steps.
Monoliths, some people really like them, some people don't.
I just started using one recently. It takes some getting used to, so that way you can just pick it just right.
Let's go, Cole.
But man, you feel real comfy when you're on it, like real comfy.
So one thing that is interesting to note is that when you introduce wraps with a monolift, you actually start to see an increase in injuries in lifters. Not, again, it could be anecdotal, but a lot of Oh, hit the rack. That's why knowing your walkout's important. He didn't walk out quite far enough and ended up hitting the rack on his way up.
Oh, he hit the bench hooks, didn't he?
So again, that's why knowing your walkout is so important.
Correct.
Because we've seen some elite level lifters. We're talking international elite, like top 3 in their weight class, hit the rack because they didn't realize.
Right. And that's the other thing too, is sometimes it's nice to be able to practice on what rack you're competing on. The ghost rack is a little bit different, where like the ER racks are tapered on that bottom hook. They're more of an angle, whereas the ghost racks are a 90-degree angle where that bench setting is. So if you're benching and you hit it, especially,
It goes up with you.
it goes up with you. You're not going around it. So
That sounds like you have a little bit of experience on something like that.
mostly just watching other people do it.
Mostly.
And
Every now and then.
most of the time you see it with people that are self-unracks because they do set up closer. That was a fast opener.
Fast opener, but kid's got no knee sleeves.
And that was
get him a
deep.
little- some
That
5
was an
millimeter.
Olympic level, like Olympic lifting type of squat. Just now.
And actually, one thing that you might notice, if I'm looking at this
he's
correctly,
got an Olympic lifting belt on.
he has an Olympic lifting belt. And the interesting thing with belts is... if it's narrower in the front and a lot wider in the back, it doesn't really do that much. It doesn't do...
I'd like to talk to an actual Olympic lifter about it, honestly, because a lot of them do, where they wear a soft belt.
Yeah.
Soft belt makes sense because it's a uniform width all the way around, but Ethan Herrick, he wears a belt just like that. Actually, I've seen.
And I'll make fun of him for it.
At least I've seen it in photos. It's been a long time since I've seen Ethan lift, but
I saw him do like almost a 455, 500-pound squat like 3 weeks ago, and he hasn't squatted in 2 years. The man's a monster.
all right, we got Ceci up here, 150 kilos for her on the bar. She's done several of our meets here before.
Let's go, Ceci.
Ceci. Coming in from Omaha. It's not
Yes.
that bad of a drive, about 2.5, 3 hours.
That is correct. When I think of Omaha, I grew up in St. Joe, so Omaha's a lot closer to St. Joe, so I always think it's just a 2-hour drive. But here in Kansas City, we add that extra hour. That was a great opener for her.
That was, again, she makes great attempts.
She just competed not that long ago at the meet that Jen Ward put on. No, she did not compete there. She handled a lifter there, but I feel like she just competed at another meet we did not too long ago. I don't know. At a certain point, you see a lot of people over and over again, and you just become friends with everybody. It's part of the community.
I felt really bad one time because I was at a USAPL meet, college level meet. Good squat, hits the hole, right back up. These first attempts
Good
are being
looking opener.
really good on these first attempts.
And that's how first attempts should be. They should be something that you can easily hit for a double or a triple comfortably.
Yeah, it should be something like we're like, okay, I have no worries.
I have mono. I'm coming into squat because I'm in meet prep.
Yeah.
And I can triple this.
Yeah,
Or I
exactly.
can double this.
So the one thing that I felt really bad about is I was at a USAPL meet, running a booth, and there was somebody there who I thought I'd seen recently at the Pro Raw. Turns out I was mistaken. They were actually at St. Louis. And I was like, oh, you were at the Pro Raw? And they're like, no, I haven't been traveling. And I was like, then I left. I was like, I had the wrong meet, son of a gun.
That was an also fast
That's
opener
a good
there for.
state record. It was Bama. I accidentally thought that Bama was at the Pro Raw because we'd seen her there the 2 years before.
Yeah.
And then we saw her in Atlanta, and then I saw her in St. Louis. So when I saw this one, I was like, my mind just said Pro Raw because I forgot about Atlanta, and I was like, I felt like such a moron.
At a certain point, you just make friends everywhere, and that's kind of like one of the best parts of powerlifting is that we all have this connection of being freaky strong and want to be freaky strong.
I would like to be freaky strong. I'm not freaky strong. I can do freaky reps.
Brian can do freaky reps.
It doesn't make any sense. Like rep 1 looks rough.
And then he reps out like 15 more. It's weird. All right, we've got a Dragon Ball Z singlet on here.
This is an absolutely amazing singlet with Jonathan. Jonathan opening up at 402.3. Really good pick. I want to get him a different pair of like custom shoes to go with the singlet.
I'm sure there's some
He
notorious
drops
shoes
it
that
real
out there.
hard. Hits a little bit of a slowdown in the middle.
We're going to take that bar up to 424 pounds for Amir Nasseri. State record attempt coming up for Amir. Caleb's on deck. Ian's in the hole. Luke, you're 3 out. Austin, 4.
All right, we have
Amir's coming up. Opening at 424.
192.5 kilos.
This is a 162-pound lifter. 75-kilo boy. I like his hair. He's got some really fluffy hair.
Yeah. I think one thing that's really exciting to think about, too, is that this is a drug tested meet. So you could be chosen to complete a drug test at the end of this meet. They did just change that rule for drug testing with the USPA. So it was previously just the top 10% of the lifters of the day got tested, but now it's top 10% plus like 1 or 2 random lifters as well.
Oh, that looked a little rough for an opener. No, Lifty's going to have to come back and try to hit that again. Didn't quite hit it on depth. All right, Caleb Clausen is up next with 215 kilos being loaded on the bar. This is a 177-pound lifter squatting 474. I like the cut of Caleb's jib. He's got on some pink A7 knee sleeves. All right, got that squat command. Really narrow stance as well. A little bit of a grinder in there, but not too bad. 3 white lights. And we are back to the top of Flight B. One thing that people kind of need to be aware of on squat attempts when you go from first to second and second to third, the jumps that you make are different, right?
That is correct, and it's all dependent on how you feel that day. It's all dependent on like how training's gone.
Correct.
Sometimes it's a water cut that can play a part into that.
Which is why I don't cut for any of my meets anymore.
I think that's something important to like take note too. Is really anybody at this level should not be completing a water cut, in my opinion.
Unless you are unless you're going for a national or international record, or to win a meet, or to win money.
I think that's fair. Yes.
I think to me, that's the fairest way to kind of look at it. Say.
And within a certain range, like you shouldn't be cutting more than 5-ish pounds.
I'll counter that with
You think
a percent.
10?
No, I think a percent of body weight, because 5 pounds for a 170-pound lifter, while it's still doable, is going to have a much larger impact on your lifts than 5 pounds for a 308 lifter.
That is 100% correct.
So realistically, it's like 2 to 4% of your body weight is easy enough to cut. You can do up to like 7.5%. Anything above that is you're getting real risky there, at least in my opinion. Oddly enough, talking about percentages, when you make jumps in your attempts, overall the widest amount that you want to keep that percentage in mind,
That is also true.
because you don't want to jump 20 kilos if your max is friggin' 100,
Right.
right?
Right.
You want to keep it a percentage.
So, for example, going from 100 kilos or 220, 20 kilos is an additional 40 pounds.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight at that point. It's a lot greater percentage than if you're deadlifting 700 pounds.
Correct. So,
All right,
the
we got
reason
Luke
why
here
we
again.
recommend using percentages is it's a little bit more applicable to a lot of people. So for somebody like our own Cade Proctor here at the gym, him going, like, let's say that he opens up at 600 keys. Not 600 keys, 600 pounds.
I'm like,
That'd
wow,
be
that's
impressive.
an impressive squat. I
But
might
he
have to
opens
tell
up at
Cade
600
that later.
pounds, right? Just because he feels like it. He could make a jump of 5% on top of that, and 5% of 600
Yeah.
is what? 30 pounds?
Yes.
30 pounds? Whereas 5% off of 300 is 15. It seems right. Because,
No, that's correct.
yeah, wow.
Because 10% would be 300.
That-
It's
that
still
math
early in
works.
the morning here.
But, so your percentage adjusts it. The heavier weight that you are, the less it actually matters.
Right.
Or not matters, but the less jumps need to be small. And that's something that I think, I can't remember if it was Tyler, Christy's husband, or Cade who had to learn that lesson, where they were making small jumps on their warm-ups instead of large jumps because they were finally at a weight where large jumps made sense.
That was my husband.
That
I
was your
make
husband.
bigger jumps. I used to make bigger jumps into warm-ups than he was.
Yeah, and now it's, again, the reason he was trying to get warm, which is understandable, but he was taking so many warm-ups.
I think what somebody doesn't understand sometimes, especially if you hire a coach and you do get stronger or you follow a program and you get quite a bit stronger, is your warm-ups change as you get stronger. Like, you don't need to go one red for a deadlift to a red and a green.
Yeah.
You can do one red, two red, if you like, if the progression makes sense.
Or if you're talking pound plates, my training partner, one of the strongest 165 rep squatters of his time, used to warm up on his squats with 1 plate, 2 plate, 3 plate, 3 1/4, and then 4.
So one thing that's interesting to point out is that Shane Hunt, at the pro meet, he didn't go 1 red, 2 red, 3 red, 4 red, whatever. He went 1 red, 3 red. He skipped every other, but he opened his deadlift with something
Opening up
obnoxious.
jumping 200 pounds between warm-up attempts
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
But he can do
Insane.
it. It worked.
He's hashtag built different.
Built different is right.
Built strong.
All right, we have Aiden up here next with 152.5 kilos on the bar.
Breton Butcher. Is that the last name? Breton Butcher? I don't know.
Brighton Butcher?
Brighton Butcher sounds right. I
I have a very German family. So
I have a
those
very Irish
complicated
family.
names. come
Our
in
names are
handy.
exactly what they're spelled. And he just drops it like it's nobody's business. It's like he's trying to pick up quarters off the ground.
All right, right? Moved great though. That was a good looking second attempt. We'll
There
see
could
what he
be a
does for his third.
If he doesn't do at least a 7.5 kilo jump, I will be
I would
surprised.
say 10 kilo jump.
Yeah. Oh, easy. Easy. Eric Valdez is coming up with 358.2. Now, this is a lot of the lighter weight males, younger lighter weight males on
That is
this
correct.
one. So they are all competing at, 181 and below, I believe, is this weight class.
One thing to note is the typical flow of a meet. So if it's a one-day meet, you typically flight A is women, either all women or mostly women. It's all the women in the meet. And then flight B, if there's any flow over from women, they go into flight B. It's all based on weight class. And then you have your lighter men in flight B, N and C, and then it's usually the big boys, flight D.
Now, if you have a 2-day meet, the flow is a little bit different as well.
And that ultimately depends on what kind of 2-day meet you're talking about here.
That's fair because they've started to introduce tested and untested
That is very
meet,
correct.
where it's the same meet, but each day is dedicated to either tested or untested lifters.
Yes.
So we'll go. So a 2-day meet where it's tested and untested follows the same flow as what you just said.
Yes.
Whereas a 2-day meet or a national level meet that's a multi-day follows a different flow.
Yeah. So if it's the same type of meet and it's 2 days, usually you have all the guys on one day and all the girls on another day. Depending on the break, it ultimately depends on how people sign up too.
Correct.
So like one of those days could have all the girls plus some guys.
And I think one of the ones that we've seen more frequently is all of the women plus men below 181.
That is
And the
correct,
only reason
yeah.
why I know is because I was the 198 weight class, and I was on
The second day.
I was on the first day.
Oh.
Because they did all the men, they did all the middle heavies
Okay.
men day 1, and then women light day 2, because there were fewer people in that female lightweight day, meaning that the day was a little bit shorter, so they put it on a Sunday, so you weren't as tired Monday.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one thing to really pay attention to is meet directors structure their days in different ways.
Yes.
So another way that they could have done it is stuffed in an extra weight class, like the 198 men, into that women's day to make that the full day and make the men's day shorter and put it on Sunday.
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility, and then when you think about like multi-platform meets as well, like national level meets or international level meets, you have multiple platforms, and so you have women competing either all the days or a couple days. It's usually based by weight class still at that point, but you can also have the same weight class on 2 different platforms because you can have Classic Raw on one platform and Raw on the other platform.
Yeah, and you can have, again, we'll talk about St. Louis this
Yes.
year, or Atlanta, which was USPA, IPL, like national, international level meets.
Correct.
And we'll go with Atlanta since that's where you competed. Just so we can have a little bit better of a perspective on that one.
Yeah.
That was a multi-day meet.
Correct.
That was actually a triple platform.
It was a triple. Was it 3 or 4?
It was. Ooh.
I think it was 3.
It was 3, because I remember the size of the room would not have supported 4. As somebody who got a bird's eye view of that room.
I believe it was 3 because I believe it was red, white, and blue.
It was red, white, and blue. Correct. That's the only reason why I was like, I'm pretty sure it was 3, but I could be wrong. Like, what would the fourth color have been? Like red, white, blue, and
I don't know.
gold? That's probably what they would have done too.
I was on the middle platform. That's what I cared about. Oh, I guess if there's a middle, that means there's 3.
Yes.
All right, we got Jonathan up here, 187.5 kilos.
But that meet was run multi-day, triple platform, with single ply. There was like 2 multi-ply guys.
Was there really?
I don't think so. I'm just messing with you at that point. That actually looked easier than his first squat.
Let's see what those side judges say. Good lift?
Absolutely good lift. All right, Amir is up next. He kept the weight the same. He missed this on his first attempt.
Do you remember what he missed it for?
I'm pretty sure he missed it for depth.
Okay.
We see so many squats that a lot of times meets for me blend together, and I can't remember what people missed for.
I know.
I'm like,
it's hard.
Well, it's squat, so either depth or strength. That's for sure.
Hey, Jonathan's coach come back over for that third attempt squat. We need to see it next time.
I do like Jonathan's singlet, though.
Let's go, Amir.
It's fun. Maybe it gives him that Super Saiyan power.
That's super depth power?
Yeah.
That's, super squat power.
Super squat power.
All right, good solid walkout, quick. Let's see how he does.
He stood up with it.
Let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, good lift.
He's on the board.
All right, Caleb Clausen is up next. 485 keys. I think this is only an 11-pound jump from his first attempt to his second attempt.
This is a state record attempt for Caleb here.
Amir, we need you at the head table. Amir, we need you at the head table. Caleb's up at 485 pounds for a state record attempt.
He has that bar set real low for a pick. I mean, it might be real low on his back, but that is actually a decent low bar position. That was like right at his nipple height when he's standing there. All right, hits it, grinds through it. I think we're gonna see a 500-pound squat out of him today.
Yeah, we might.
I hope so anyway, because
That's exciting.
There's enough there that it'll be a grind, but I think he can do it.
I think it's there. I think it's there. All right, we have Ian up next. 127.5 kilos on the bar for him. This is third attempts here, friends.
We are moving on to the exciting portion of it.
Yes,
So-
this is the fun part, in my opinion.
So I'll be able to say this now because we're most of the way through this one and everyone has hit a squat. But you need to hit at least one out of your 3 attempts to be on the board for all 3 of your lifts.
That is correct. I remember that 33% we talked about.
Correct. So there was a meet where somebody missed all 3 of their squats.
You don't get a total for that day.
You don't get a total for that day. Or, conversely, you can go 6 for 6 on squat and bench, but if you don't hit any of your deadlifts, you bomb out.
Exactly.
I don't know who knows that from experience,
I
but
was
it's
gonna
this
say
guy.
somebody's speaking from experience over there.
As somebody who has cried tears because of that.
We've all been close to bombing at least once, though. I almost
you-
did on bench.
If you don't bomb,
Let's go. Finish that left, Ian. Good job at 281. Good lift,
solid.
2-1 lift there for Ian.
And again, you need 66% of your 33%.
Math.
Oh man, I wonder what that math actually is. So let's say on your lights.
How many total white lights you need
So-
to actually?
Austin's next lifter at 303 for a state record attempt.
No, that math checks out.
Yeah.
You only need 6 white lights on your day.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
you do.
only need
you
6
only
white
need
lights on your
6
day to have a
white
total.
lights.
Oh.
That's a really bad day. You don't ever feel good walking away with getting 6 white
I know
lights.
people who've done that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've never done the math on that before. That's amazing.
Learn something new every day.
Even if it's not a fun fact.
I don't know. I think it's kind of a fun fact.
It's a funny fact.
Yeah.
Like, how would you feel as the guy who got 6 white lights and still competed? Like, you still get a total. No,
Not quite there.
on strength. Good try. So one really important thing for a meet is to have competent spotters and loaders.
It's super important because not only does it help the meet flow well and run well, but it helps the lifters stay safe ultimately, and the other spotters and loaders stay safe that way too. We have a good
Correct.
crew up there, which we do today. It should be a well-run meet. It's ultimately on them how fast the meet goes.
It is. And the
They
other thing,
set the pace.
it's true. And the other thing that's incredibly important is having lifters who understand how to keep the bar safe as well.
That is very true.
If you dump the bar, so if anybody dumps the bar today, you're going to see me flying onto the platform and RKOing them.
Oh, 2-1
Not
for
quite
Luke.
there.
Not quite there.
You did a good job today, bud.
Not quite sit down low enough
But if
for it.
somebody drops the bar on any of our spotters and loaders, you will see me fly out there. And I'm wearing some fucking comfy pants, and I'm going to take my right foot and put it up across the right side of their face.
I think that's one thing that's really important to talk about is like that is something you should never do is dump a bar.
Like if you faint and you fall backwards,
That is one thing.
but if you just dump it and then you don't check on your spotters and loaders,
Yeah, it's not acceptable.
you deserve.
And you do see it a little bit more and more lately for some reason. It's always something that's talked about in a rules meeting before
It is.
a meet, but it's just purely unacceptable because it's not safe for anybody.
Correct. And so what you'll notice the way that we spot here at SBC is we have a spotter with their arm underneath the bar and the other hand ready to grab the plates. And the reason
is
you do that
correct.
is so you can pull it in and rise up with it. What you might see at some other meets is they'll do the cupping method, where they have their hands
It's a Y with their hands.
correct.
You can't see Brian
at
do
the
this
end
shape,
of the bar.
but
You can't see it. But trust me, their hands are in a Y shape, and
spotting the end of the bar essentially.
then they'll bring in a secondary spotter, and then the secondary spotter is one that goes to the inside. Have you ever noticed that?
I have.
I'm like, that's ridiculous. So what happens is, what's going to happen if you try to catch 450 pounds in a little Y formation? It's going to slip to your hands, and I'm going to make fun of you because you're going to be doing one of these. And guess what? At that point, it's on you, and you're going to be struggling to get it up, and I'm going to giggle. That's right.
All right, Aiden's got 160 kilos on the bar here.
Okay, the way that he picks it, it feels like he's done Olympic weightlifting. The way
He
that he
sits
hits
down
it,
with it like he's away. That was a good attempt for him.
Great
He actually
squat.
had to try. 3 white lights for Aiden.
That was too easy. That was way too easy.
He actually had to try that time though, which is good.
I'm upset. All right, Ceci is up next. A national record. Also, I really like her last name, Supin Chick.
She's such a nice person too. She truly like
She is.
is just super friendly and doesn't know a stranger.
No. And the other thing is, she's wearing a shirt. You can't quite see it on the live stream because of her singlet. She's wearing a shirt from the Main Event Project.
Yeah, which got people like her and I weight classes of 220 and 242 and on up in other feds. In this fed specifically, we only go up to 242.
It goes, and so the one thing to think about with that is weight classes for USPA and IPF used to stop at 198. So anything after that was super heavyweight. So somebody who weighed in at 204 pounds could be competing against somebody at 308 pounds.
Or 400.
All right, hits it.
That's a
Let's
good
see-
looking
let's
squat
see
for
what
her.
the judges have to say.
Oh,
Not quite there. Needed to sink down just a little bit more. She's got the strength, just needs to hit it just a little bit harder. Eric Valdez is up next with 170 keys being loaded onto the bar. So one thing to kind of think about with those weight classes is they expanded the weight classes because women have become more and more of a great force in powerlifting. Right? There are
there's more and more
competing.
women.
Correct.
Like every day. It used to be
And-
such a small percentage of women to men, but I would
Correct.
say over the last 4 or 5 years,
Absolutely.
it's grown exponentially. It's not quite 50-50, but I think last I knew
closer
it was
to
like
35 to
40.
40,
Yeah.
Which is great. The one thing to really think about, like I was kind of talking about, is with those weight classes, the reason why they expanded them, and some federations stopped at a certain point, is because they didn't want to completely dilute the pool of lifters.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
No.
But some other federations increased it all the way to 308, and then
Correct.
308 super heavyweight to match the men, which is cool. But again, the argument that was made by other federations that didn't do that was, well, it dilutes the competition pool by spreading them out across. And that's a weak argument.
Yeah. USAPL only expanded to 220.
And
Something else to take
IPF's is still 185 and
That is
185
correct.
plus.
And Olympic lifting, so USA weightlifting, didn't expand their weight classes
Yeah.
either. And I don't believe strongman did either.
The one thing that I will say is with strongman, they have light, medium, and heavyweight.
Yes, but the heavyweight cutoff is still around 198, I do believe.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
All right,
Come on,
let's
keep
go.
fighting. But again, the main event project focused on powerlifting specifically.
That is very correct. All the data that they took was specific to powerlifting.
The one thing that I think would be hard to do for Olympic weightlifting is since it's already an established sport in the Olympic
Exactly.
spectrum,
So that's the other thing you have to
changing
think
the weight
about too
classes.
with USA weightlifting is they are associated with the Olympics, and so they have to abide by those weight classes.
So we are getting over 500 pounds right now, and typically, once you hit 500 pounds, a lot of meet directors will start throwing in 2 side spotters to keep our lifters safe and to keep our spotters safe. But we're not quite doing this. We're taking another attempt in between. Austin, when you guys are loading,
Judges say good lift there for him. 2-1. All right, next up, I believe this is Caleb Clausen.
Hey guys, stay with the same weight on the ball. For more guy, Amir is up. Caleb's up.
Correction, Amir is the next lifter up with 200 kilos.
$13. Amir is the lifter. Amir. He's got 200 keys on the bars. 140 pounds. Caleb, you're on deck. Let's see if he grinds.
That's a
it out.
grind.
Let's see what the judges say.
And the judges say no lift for Amir. That one was depth on the sides there.
Our next lifter, 501. Now we are looking at the screen, boys and girls.
All right. All right, we have Caleb up 227.5 kilos on the bar for him. This is 501.5 pounds. All right, the platform is ready for Caleb. All right, this is the first 500-pound squat of the day today here. Nice pick. Solid walkout. He is a very narrow squatter. Oh, not quite there for him today. Good catch by the spotters there. All right, we are changing over to Flight C now. I believe this is a full day today, so we should have 4 total flights for each lift. We are halfway through squat attempts for the day today. All right, Flight C is starting here
We're
with
opening
Mark.
up with Mark Alifi.
He's
Mark
got
Anthony.
2 first names, Mark Andrew.
Kind of like Mark Anthony. What are we in Roman times over here? We're gonna stab Caesar. Good walkout. So another thing that I like to point out about belts is there's 3 different kinds of clasps for belts. Types of clasps. There is the lever belt. There is a single prong.
Double prong.
And if you say Velcro, that doesn't count in powerlifting. You can't wear Velcro in powerlifting.
There's also a crank style, and I do believe you can wear that in
Can
powerlifting
you wear the
now.
crank one?
I believe they
I
changed the
hope
rule.
not.
I think
That
I'll have
is
to look that one up,
ridiculous.
but I am 90% sure they changed that rule to accommodate more belt styles. It's this last year.
Johnny's the next lifter at 336 for a state record attempt. Ryan, you're on deck. Eric Kunkel, you're 2 out. Brandon, you're 3 out. Eric Balvins, you're 4 out.
Platform is ready for Johnny Hendrickson.
For Johnny Hendrickson.
This is a 15-year-old lifter squatting 336.2 lbs. I did not look like that at 15. All right, good lift.
And just a reminder, unless you're coaching, stay behind the silver line because the athletes are paying our photographer and they want their shots to be good. Don't screw them up. Just stay behind that line, you'll be good to go.
Brian Harmon's up next. I really like that first name. It's spelled right, too.
Oh, I wonder why you like that so much,
No
Brian.
idea. It's weird. It's
How do you feel
very
about
weird.
those Y Bryans, Brian?
They are B. Ryans. Just get out of here. No one wants you. Okay, so what you're about to notice is that, there we go. Brian is squatting with an in rack height. And what that means is they are moving the arms of the squat rack in to allow for a little bit more shoulder mobility of the lifter.
So when you squat with the arms in, a lot of times it's obviously because of where you grip the bar.
Correct.
But a lot of times it's because you don't have the shoulder mobility to grip inside of the bar.
Exactly.
However, in the USAPL, they squat with a power bar.
Yep.
And so what you'll see a lot of times is lifters squat with one arm in. And that's because the power bar is shorter than the squat bar. We are using a squat bar here today, so it is longer and it sits further out from the rack. But a power bar sits closer to the uprights.
The one that I think made it the single arm in made it the most famous, in my opinion, that I remember it, is Ray Williams.
Yes. And he's a big boy. He would
is
be
a
squatting
big
with both arms in anyway with the squat bar. Nonetheless, but
he is a big old boy.
if I were to go back to the USAPL, it would be competing with one arm in. So then you don't hit the rack on your walkout.
Yeah, but now you have the monolift, so you don't need to.
That's true.
You like the monolift too much.
The monolift is nice.
All right, Mr. Kunkel coming in.
All right, this is 175 kilos for Eric Kunkel here.
I've gotten it out of my system. All right, good pick from Kunkel. I just like his last name.
Huh?
I just like his last name.
Oh.
Speedy out of the hole for Eric Kunkel. That's a good lift.
Kunkel Dunkel.
Brandon's up next at 402 for a state record.
All right, Brandon's coming in with a state record at 402 pounds. There are actually 4 flights today, so we'll have A, B, C, and day.
Platform is ready for Brandis Curtis. 182.5 kilos or 402 pounds on the bar. That's a great looking opener there for Brandon.
402, that was state record. Eric's up next at 400 pounds. Same rack guys. Carlos, ground deck, Jordan, you're in the hole. Johnny, you're 3 out. Colin, you're 4
What?
out.
We haven't seen a 500 yet. The 500 attempt was missed, unfortunately. We did see a 500-pound attempt.
All right, good classic raw squat, fights through it, but let's see what they say. 3 white lights, good lift. He needs to get a little bit tighter and hit it a little bit more confidently.
And I think that's another thing to think about, too, is it is his first attempt. First attempts can be a little bit shaky sometimes.
Yeah.
If your timing's not right from the warm-up room,
and you got the
got
nerves.
the time right for the, you've got the nerve.
Exactly.
Knee wraps, sometimes you're in them a little bit too long, sometimes that's rushed. That's where the 1-minute timer comes in really handy.
Yes, it does.
457 on the bar for Carlos.
All right, Jordan Johnson up next, same weight.
Johnny, you're on deck.
207.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
4, Parker 5.
All right, good pick for the tall lifter.
Nice deep squat there for Jordan.
Not only is he tall, but he drops it down.
He does drop it down.
7 for Jordan Johnson. Deadlift, an 18-year-old on his opener. He's going to bring out Johnny at 463. Collins on deck, making to the hole.
One thing that I've noticed with a lot of these younger lifters, they all put something in their mouth, and they all have at least one earring. If you're like 21 and under.
It's a trend. It's kind of like...
I know who started that trend too.
yeah, his name's Wheeze.
Wheeze and
Russ
Russell.
or he.
Russ Swole.
Yeah.
Started with Russ Swole, and then it went to Wheeze. The Wheezinator. Jonathan Contreras is up next.
210
Contreras.
kilos on the bar here. He is decked out in purple today.
He's got that purple and black going. I like it. Black singlet, black knee sleeves, purple. Are those 100s or are those Notorious?
Those are Notorious.
So there's a few different brands. Actually,
There are a few different brands of slippers.
one thing that we haven't talked about, which I'm surprised that we have not touched on until Flight C, is squat shoes.
Yeah.
What kind of shoe you
And
squat
why
in?
you would choose this one squat shoe over another squat shoe.
Correct. So, my BBC.
Oh,
Christy.
gosh. Okay, so now that Brian said it in the live stream, we have to explain that. It is not the normal term for BBC. It's Big Booty Christy is what he calls me here.
Hey,
It is
I
not
didn't
the
start
other
it.
word used
I didn't
for...
start it. My wife did, or
Yeah,
you did.
I did not.
It's either my wife. I think my wife started that.
All right, we got Colin here, 213 kilos. So one thing to talk about here is this is a state record attempt and that he has chips. And so he has 250-gram chips on either side of the bar there. Technically, at a state level meet, you can chip a state record. At a national level meet, you cannot chip a state record.
You better not chip a state record. I can't even say it right. I'm so upset.
Brian's stumbling over his words over here.
Anyway, squat shoes. There's 3 different kinds of shoes, 3 general styles of shoes that you can wear for squatting. You can wear a heeled shoe.
Yes.
You can wear a flat shoe.
Correct.
Or you can wear a slipper, which is different than a flat shoe.
And
in
I
my
would
opinion.
even dare to say that there's like a hybrid between a slipper and a flat shoe now.
The new one.
The Vivo barefoot
The Vivo.
shoes.
The toes.
No.
Not the toes.
No.
Oh, you're talking about
we've
the,
seen a
the
couple
bare
lifters
feet.
with them
right,
here
right.
today.
I know what
Yes.
you're talking about. They look like a regular shoe, but they have the extreme.
But they're like a slipper
Yeah.
with shoestrings, really. They look really comfortable. A few of our lifters here wear them at the gym.
I mean, I go barefoot / sockies.
I love socks. I love squatting in socks.
I'm a socky boy. Sometimes I'll actually.
I love deadlifting in socks.
I love deadlifting.
But
in
we cannot
socks.
compete in those.
You cannot. No. If it
I
was
believe
up
in
to
the
me,
APF you can squat in socks.
I would. If we could squat in socks, it'd be over for everybody. Get me closer to the ground. I'm only 5'6" tall. I don't need to move that far the second that I take shoes off. I actually used to compete in a very popular strongman shoe, Sambas, Adidas Sambas.
Okay, okay.
They actually had arch support, and I used them from both my squat, and they have built-in arches. Like Sambas, because they're an indoor soccer shoe, have
Yeah.
a built-in hard arch for your midfoot.
Interesting. That just sounds like plantar fasciitis to my feet. So
I mean, now I go over with flip-flops and slip-ons, so
Yeah.
I don't wear adult shoes anymore.
I compete in my Notorious shoes.
Again, if I could wear
I wear a slipper.
slides the entire time,
But I wear
minus
normal
squats.
tennis shoes to bench in, and that's another thing. Some people wear squat shoes to bench in as well.
And so the reason why you'd be wearing squat shoes to squat is because it helps.
Oh, our first 501-pound squat here for Daniel.
We got it.
He was also wearing
Oh,
Nike
Parker-
squat shoes.
Parker Timms, absolutely. I love this guy.
He's nice.
He's such a kind person. Like, genuinely kind. We're going to be moving to Flight C after Parker. I think depends on how this goes, and if he's feeling healthy today, Parker is a 600-pound squatter.
I think so too.
He's opening up at 551.
You can easily get there from 551.
It'd be a jump to get to 600 pounds from where he's at right now, but I've seen more unreasonable things. But he's just strong.
All right,
He's
let's
just a
go,
strong
Parker.
guy.
Parker is wearing a heeled squat shoe.
And actually, there's different heights to heels as well.
That is correct.
I
He's wearing
believe-
one of the shorter ones,
Correct.
the Adidas Powerlift.
I think you can go up to an inch. Is it 3/4 of an inch or an inch on a squat shoe? Oh, that man is a piston. 2-to-1 on depth.
Just a reminder, if you are not in the flight that is in the warm-up room or not coaching somebody.
All right, we're back to the top of the flight with Mark Andrew. He missed this on his first attempt. Let's get behind him so he can get it. But the reason why you'd wear like a heeled shoe is it helps you hit depth easier if you have a lack of ankle mobility.
That is correct. It helps your ankle mobility at the end of the day. A reason why you would wear it to bench is some federations require that your heels touch the ground as well, and so a lot of times that's why you'll see in the USAPL specifically people bench with a squat shoe. Is because they need their heel to touch essentially, and they don't have the range of motion to get their.
Or
heel.
you're like me and you're short and you just want to get a little bit of extra on there. Granted, my legs are oddly long, so I actually never needed a heel shoe to bench. I can even bench on a fat pad feet
Powerlifting
flat.
is a sport of proportions.
And I'm built like I should be good at powerlifting, but I'm not.
Some lifts are really great for long arms. Other lifts are not great for long arms.
If we had incline bench and powerlifting, it'd be over for everybody. I benched 225 for reps incline. I did 235 incline barbell bench for a set of 6 before I ever benched 315 flat.
That's funny.
I don't make sense.
No, you don't.
I'm broken.
Brian, you're not broken. You're just unique.
I'm just in the wrong sport. Put me in CrossFit.
Yeah, well. We're strongman.
I'm a little bit too short for that one. Even Mason's a lightweight strongman, and he's still 5'8", 5'9". And
Yeah, Mason's a pro strongman, though.
okay, I'd like to be a pro strongman.
Then do it.
Picking up stones, little baby hands. I got it. Oh no.
363 pounds for a state.
But hey, they get to use straps for 90% of their
They
things.
do get to use straps, and they can hitch.
Curtis, you're 3
Yo, boys, game over for everybody. If I can hitch, you're just going to see me sit down on my butt and stand straight up with it. Get it to my knees, sit down, sink it to my hips, stand up.
165 kilos. That was a fast second.
It feels like he just bounced his chest off of his knees. Oh.
Money. Ryan is up next at 385. Stop by your judge, get your equipment check, buddy. Learn him up. You said to say record before every time you learn him up. You got a handler with a mullet like that, you're bound to be a wild. You better watch you surround yourself with something.
All right, Brian Harmon is up next. He missed this on his first attempt.
Let's get this sucked down in there. It's no problem.
Oh no, 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 no. Platform is ready for Brian. So Christy mentioned this a little bit ago. Lifters have 1 minute after the platform ready command is given to get up and to get the start command on bench.
You technically just have to pick it up out of the rack.
Is that for squat? But I thought for bench. Oh no, that's right. I got timed out by a judge because they didn't know. I got timed out by a judge because they didn't give me the start command at a different federation.
Oh.
That was some.
Yeah, so essentially, like, the most timeout you see is if somebody's completely not paying attention. And it's the first attempt. Or they're a wrap lifter and they cut it a little close. Because you don't want to be in your wrap very long.
No.
A minute is a really long time, though, for a raw squatter. So I think one thing to remember is there's really no rush. If you're standing there at the chalk bowl, ready for your attempt, and they say platform ready, I think it's just important to take your time as you approach the platform. And just, you have a whole minute.
Yeah. So just take your time.
Take your
Relax.
time.
Chill. I've seen people come out with 3 seconds left, pick the bar, set it back down, and they get to take their time.
That's exactly right. That you can do that.
You can also pick the bar and walk it back in as many times as you want, provided that you don't get the start command.
That is
I should
also
know that from
correct.
experience because I had to spot somebody like that one time. Very nice human being, but I wanted to fight them after the 3rd attempt of walking out.
Ultimately, it's about the safety of the lifter and feeling comfortable.
I don't care at a certain point. If it takes you 4 times to walk out and walk back in to get comfortable, that's too many times.
All right, we have Brandon Curtis up next, 195 kilos on the bar, 429 pounds. All right, platform is ready here for Brandon. This is a state record attempt for Brandon.
95 kilos on that state record attempt. Let's get behind him, guys.
This is 429 pounds.
This is another great example of a flat shoe with laces, actually, that I didn't even.
The barefoots, correct?
Yep, he's wearing the barefoot brand shoe.
So again, one thing that you notice, he shuffled a little bit there, trying to get his footing right on his walkout.
But his squat still looked good. That
It
was
looked
pretty
great.
impressive, honestly. If my walkout was that unstable, I would not have any confidence to squat like that.
There was a time where JP Price went viral for one of his walkouts.
Yeah.
The disco dance of doom.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the disco dance of powerlifting. It's the
It was one of the greatest memes I've seen in quite a long time. All right, Eric Dobbins. 457.5 pounds on the bar.
Platform is ready for Eric Dobbins.
Eric Dobbins is a classic route lifter, so you'll see those knee wraps there.
Set it up.
A little bit of a grind there. Let's see what the judges say, though. Good lift there for Eric.
All right, great lift. Jordan Johnson, JJ.
215 kilos for JJ here.
I think this is a 7.5 kilo jump, if I can read from here. I mean, granted, I'm blind, so, you know, here we are. Yeah, it is a 7.5 kilo jump. I can't read the top one, but I can read the bottom one.
Oh, yeah. I see where you're reading now.
Platform is ready for Jordan Johnson.
Didn't sleep well last night, so my eyesight, it's weird. If I don't sleep well, my eyesight gets worse.
I don't think it's that weird. It's energy. Your energy is being diverted to somewhere else.
Keeping me awake.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jordan.
Okay. Jordan kind of has that Wheeze vibe going on right now.
Let's go, Jordan.
Yep, he's got the mustache, the earrings. Nice, solid squat for the 18-year-old.
3 white lights there.
He's got that feather coiffed hair. He's like Steve Harrington from
Yeah.
Stranger Things.
Is up next at 285 pounds, 220 kilos.
All right, platform is ready for Peyton here. 220 kilos.
Drives out of the hole, hits almost a little bit of hitch in his giddy up, but he fights through it.
He took that squat to the basement, though.
Basement to attic.
Same weight, same rack on this, guys.
B to A.
Platform is ready for Jonathan.
All right, we got Jonathan up next. Same weight on the bar, 220 kilos.
Here we go, John. Take your time. Set it up.
All right. And some lifters take a really wide stance to try to help them cut depth a little bit,
Yeah.
whereas other lifters try to be a little bit more narrow.
Yeah, and it's all dependent on like what feels best or works best for that lifter.
One example
We've
is,
seen both examples here. So he was a little bit of a wider squatter,
Yeah.
but we've also seen a very narrow squatter here as well today.
I believe that was flight A.
Yes.
The biggest example that I can think of for a narrow stance squatter is Turbo Tiff on Instagram.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
She has a very narrow, very, very extraordinarily low bar.
Yes.
Like where it's basically on her low back where she's
Yes.
squatting.
Yes.
I'm not sure how she gets away with that because there's no rule
Yeah.
in whatever federation she's in.
All right, we have Colin up here, 222.5 kilos on the bar. This is 490 pounds.
All right, 2-to-1, not quite there.
Missed that one on depth.
That was a state record at 10. I think come back and get that on its third. That's why we get 3 of them. Carlos is up next at 490. Daniel Tran, you're on deck. Parker, you're in the hole. Mark, you're 3 out. Johnny, you're 4 out.
Platform is ready for Carlos Valdez. Same weight on the bar, 222.5. All right.
Let's go, Carlos Valdez. 490 in the 10s.
Hits it, fights through it. He's wearing elbow sleeves.
490 pounds. Good lift, 2-to-1.
So that's another thing to note is that you can actually wear elbow sleeves on the squat, but you are not allowed to wear elbow sleeves on bench.
You can wear knee sleeves on bench.
You can wear knee sleeves for every single lift of the meet.
You're gonna see me putting some insers on and pulling conventional. I'm gonna be getting nothing out of that. You can also wear elbow sleeves. You can wear elbow sleeves, knee sleeves, and wrist straps on squat and on deadlift.
So interesting to think about.
You know, because you gotta worry about your elbows on deadlift.
I know. Well, I don't know. Sometimes my elbows get sore after deadlift. I don't know. Don't ask me why.
I'm concerned.
But sometimes my elbows feel better. I think it's just because I'm not completely recovered from bench press. All right, we have Daniel up here. 232.5 kilos on the bar here for Daniel. Nice and steady walk out there for him.
Good grind. All right. That's 512
3 white
pounds.
lights, good lift for him.
That's a strong kid right there.
All right, here we go. Parker, 578 or 262.5. That is setting him up
478,
nicely for
that's
that
a 28
potential.
pound jump,
Yes.
which would mean
600
that
pound,
depending on how
maybe
this
30
goes,
temps. Yeah, exactly.
it'll either be a 10-kilo jump or less. 10 or less. I think he might go for 600.8.
Let's see how
I
this
believe.
second attempt moves.
I've got faith. In the immortal words of a day to remember, have faith in me.
Let's go, Parker.
All right.
Let's go, Parker. 578.
It starts from the pick.
Parker Tim's out of Wichita. Let's go, Parker.
That's a good looking second attempt. Let's see what those judges say there for Parker.
That looked
3
good.
white lights.
I think he's going for 6.
All right, so what you can see here is that Parker's getting checked over.
He's getting a big
He's
old
got a big
smile
old
there.
smile on his face. He's getting checked over because he broke a state record.
Third attempt's going down.
Mark Andrews up next. 100 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Johnny, you're on deck. Brian, you're in the hole. Eric, come. You're 3 out. You're 4 out. Eric Dobbin, 5 out. Go.
That was a fast third attempt there for Mark. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Next, and then we're at 380 pounds. State record attempt for Johnny. You're on deck. Eric Kunkel, you're in the hole. Brandon, you're out. Eric Dobbin.
All right, we have Johnny Hendrickson here with his third attempt at 172.5 kilos. This is a state record attempt for him as well.
Platform is ready for Johnny Hendrickson at. Let's go, Johnny. Let's get it, Johnny. 380 pounds. Johnny Hendrickson, 380 pounds and a state record. Strong to the top. Let's see what the judges say for Johnny.
3 white lights there. He had a little misgroove right there out of the hole, but he stuck with it and got that lift.
They're not even laced. Just straight Timbs. No.
Quick third attempt there for Brian.
2 to 1. Good lift.
2 to 1. Good lift.
By the way, Kate. Kate.
All right, we got Eric Kunkel up here next. 192.5 kilos for his third attempt. It's an okay beer. I prefer sours personally, but I'll dabble in APAs as well.
Give me a dark stout.
Ooh, stouts are delicious too, especially this time of year.
The
Helper's ready. Let's go, Eric.
Yeah, Guinness isn't a dark. It's a dark in color, but it's not like a meal. No. It's so funny. Why wouldn't you drink Guinness over Budweiser? I don't know. Budweiser can be good, and it's my college choice.
As my father used to say, Budweiser and Jack Daniels, the only two alcohols that are seriously driven to snow.
That's a nice looking third attempt there for Eric.
We're seeing some solid picks on these third attempts.
Nice. 3 white lights for Eric Comfort.
Is it off?
That will bring us back around to Brandon.
Is it off? Is it off, Tyler? Or was it just by the side of my head and Christy wasn't telling me?
All right, we have Brandon Curtis up next. 207.5 kilos for him. This is a state record attempt.
Platform is ready for Brandon.
Yeah, my microphone is not off, everybody. Christy just didn't tell me that my microphone wasn't by my mouth.
Oh, oops.
Oh,
Details.
no. Now they just have to listen to Christy and not Brian. The CB show. Wait, what were we just talking about?
All right, let's go, Brandon.
Looking out of the hole for Brandon Curtis at 457.
3 white lights there for Brandon.
3 white lights. Good lift for Brandon.
Great job, Brandon. Eric Dobbins is up next.
Eric Dobbins, you're up next at 463. Colin, you're on 10. Jordan, you're in the hole. Peyton, you're 3 out. Johnny, you're 4 out. Carlos, 5. Daniel, 6. Carver, 7. Last 8 lifters of Flight C.
We have 8 lifters left in Flight C. Before we move on to that big old B,
All the big boys.
that big boy squat.
Yes. Nice walk out there for Eric.
All the way to the top. Let's
Oh,
finish
he's
it.
pregnant.
Don't stop, Eric.
Get
Don't
across
stop.
it behind him. Let's see what those judges say. 2 to 1.
Eric Dobbins. Colin's up next at 490 for a state record attempt. Jordan's on deck. Peyton's in the hole.
All right, Colin is coming in. He missed this on his second attempt.
All the way to the top for Colin.
That didn't look like a third. That looked like a second. But he's repeating it,
I
so
mean,
that makes sense.
he missed it on a second.
3 white lights for that on his third, though.
Weight on the bar, 490 pounds for Jordan Johnson, another state record attempt.
Platform is ready for Jordan Johnson here. 222.5 kilos on the bar.
I feel like we need some club music for this kid.
I know, instead we pull out some like 80s rock.
I mean,
It's not a bad thing either though. It's appropriate.
he looks like the kind of kid who'd show up in a Firebird to school. Good ride.
Oh my goodness, that was some
Literally
fight
yelling
and some
through.
grit.
Johnson at the state record.
3 white lights for him.
496 coming up for Peyton Oliver.
All right, we got Peyton up next at 225 kilos on the bar.
Daniels in the hole. Parker's 3 out. Carlos is skipping his third.
second.
Damn it.
Man, 496 on the bar. Let's go, Peyton Oliver.
Good brace. Hits out of that hole, fights through it. Waits for the rack command.
3 white lights, deadlift for Peyton.
Good, he got a warning. He's getting a warning because his thumb loops were over his
Oh,
hand.
yeah.
Parker, you're in the hole.
Not sure what the thumb loops do for your lift, but they are
They
not
do
allowed.
something, just like you can't, just like having a headband over 11 millimeters.
I believe the rule is sweatband, actually, not headband.
I don't care. It's getting ridiculous.
But there is headbands, so you're required to check your headband. I love wearing headbands, and if you know me or follow me at all, you know I always wear a headband. In fact, I'm wearing one right now.
You could probably start warming up when Flight D is on their second attempt squat.
All right, we got Jonathan up here, 227.5 kilos on the bar.
Good pick.
This is 501 pounds.
This is a big squat. Good fight.
2 to 1, no lift on that one. So close. That'll bring up
No
Danny
lift for him,
Trainer,
though. Missed that one on depth. All right, we have Daniel up next, 237.5 kilos on the bar, 523 pounds.
Hey, no, you're good because I just forget. Again, a lot of my shit is usually axle bars, so I don't usually deal with regular bars. And when I do, it's usually just a deadlift bar.
All right. Daniel's also young, 19.
This is exciting. I think another thing that we haven't talked about is not only are there more women in powerlifting, there's a lot more young people in powerlifting. It's the age is not just one specific group of people. It's you've got anybody from youth all the way up to Masters 4. I've seen that was a good looking third attempt for him. Let's see what those judges
Great
say.
third attempt. Social
2
media
to
has really
1.
helped bring forth more diversity within
Correct.
powerlifting.
I feel like powerlifting, the ability is there to be more diverse because you can ultimately lift the bar with collars and you
Yeah.
can still compete in powerlifting. All the way up to like 1,200 pound squat. There's all kinds of like room to explore and play around, really. All right, here we go. Here's that 600 pound squat we called here for
Called it.
Parker.
This
All
is
right.
600.8 pounds on the bar.
272.5.
A drug-tested lifter.
Let's go!
Something to remember is that Parker only weighs 100 and he competes at 198. This is 90 kilos. This is a big squat.
All right, getting
Let's go,
settled
Parker.
underneath. My heart's starting to beat a little bit faster for him.
When he hits the hole, I want everybody to explode.
All right, big squat here for him.
Come on, bud.
Come on, go. Let's go. Come on, stick with it. Stick with it. Let's go. Oh, man, you can hear the broom. I've got goosebumps. All right, 2 to 1. Good lift for Parker.
600 pounds.
That's so
squat.
exciting. I've got goosebumps.
That
Good
was
for
what
him.
we call a grind.
You can see his smile. Look how happy
The
he
second that
is.
he hit it, that was a good lift.
There's a chance to switch everything out. We'll be right back with you. Big Randy.
Oh, all right, we have the infamous Randy Moore here opening us up on flight D squats. I don't think there's been very many meets where I haven't seen Randy compete here at SBC. All right, next up we have Mark with 374.8 pounds, 170 kilos.
The platform is ready. Trip Mac at 374. Blake, you're on deck. Caleb with a K. You're in the hole. Caleb with a C out. Roll 4 out. Alex 5 out.
All right, this is Mac here with 170. No lift there for Mac. All right, we have Blake up next, 180 kilos on the bar.
Platform's ready. Blake, Caleb with a K. Caleb with a C. Joel and Alec will be next.
He dropped that.
Just a little hiccup. He's got plenty of room to make it up there.
2 to 1,
2 to
good
1.
lift.
Good lift for
He
him.
abs that he. Wow, that was a wow.
Caleb with a C. You're on deck. Joel and Alec.
It's like he just
Devin, you're 5 out.
literally just decided to.
Lost his tension in the hole. And that can happen.
He
like
looks like he
we've
lost his
talked
tension
about
at the top.
nerves. Yeah.
He just,
Yeah.
and again, everyone has a different lifting style. All right, Caleb Randall's up next. 18 years old, 407 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Wait, can.
Good lift. Even got to wear a scout on that one. Not in the future.
I was just trying to remember if a stocking cap was allowed.
Hey, Malibu's most wanted. All right?
Oh. So he's received a warning for the stocking cap, and what that means is he can't wear it on his next attempt or he will be red lighted. It is against the rules to wear a hat on the platform.
I'm surprised
Of any sort.
I've never seen somebody.
I've never seen anybody wear a beanie before, let alone a fuzzy top beanie, but you can never say never.
Matt, hey, now we have.
Yeah. All right, next up is Caleb here. 220 on the bar here for him.
I wonder if he's related to Leanne.
Leanne Womack.
I'm full of jokes today.
I was going to say the jokes are starting to come out. Brian's starting to wake up here, peeps.
Brian's probably going to grab a peach monster after this. And we
I
just
will
gonna
say,
cruise through.
this juicy peach Alani New is so much better than the peach monster.
But it's as good as a peach tea rehab.
Oh.
Because that
There-
peach tea
how many
rehab
carbs are in the peach tea
is
rehab?
0.
Oh.
It's a calorie free.
Interesting.
Have you never had it? It is is my favorite peach flavored thing because it legitimately tastes like peach
You
tea.
need to try this though. This tastes like peach.
I love peach flavored things, but I hate peaches.
Oh, my favorite peach thing is the Chick-fil-A peach milkshake.
Oddly enough, peach and cream oatmeal on a cold day.
On a cold day, I could see that, yeah.
All right, we've got the double dangly earrings.
All right, Joel is a lifter here at Strong
Joel.
Barbell Club.
Okay, I love Joel's last name, by the way.
McQueen, Lightning McQueen. Let's see if it squats like lightning.
Let's see what the judges have to say on that one.
3 white lights there.
All right.
Alex up next at 5:34. Devin's on deck. John's in the hole. Austin is 3 out.
How many spotters and loaders do we have?
All right, we have Alec here, 242.5 kilos on the bar.
Good fight through on that
That
one.
was a good opener. 3 white lights there for Alec. All right, we have SBC's Devin. I've lifted with Devin since I started powerlifting. I love
Yes.
watching Devin. He's so fun.
You got Devin, you've got John. You've got a good amount of people flying through this.
I know, I'm excited about this fight. This is going to be fun. Lots of big squats here. Devin's opening up with 545.
We will see another 600-pound attempt today, I think. Another couple,
A few of them.
at least. Is that a 295? 295 keys?
That is a 295 key opener there for Austin. All right, Devin, let's go. Man, that's a pretty looking opener there for Devin.
Devin just goes down and up. The man is a piston.
That was fast. So one thing to note about Devin that I always picked up when training with him. So Devin and I actually trained together before we started at Strong Barbell Club at a gym down in Raymore, Missouri. He can warm up from like 0 to opening attempt in probably about 15 minutes. It's like 1 minute you're looking over and he's got 1 red on the bar, and the next minute you look over and he's got 3 or 4 reds on the bar, and you're like, what the heck?
He's just built different.
He is built different. All right, next up we got John DeLapp here. He is also a Strong Barbell Club member.
3 on the bar. 2 squatters left in round 1 here.
John's had a really great prep so far that I've watched. So hopefully his day shows how well his prep has gone
Yes.
here. All right, let's go, John. 287.5 kilo opener here. This is 633.
That 295 is going to be fun to see.
Nice solid
Good
pick.
walkout. He might want to lower his rack height by 1. Didn't affect him this time.
That
I
was
think he
fast.
could
Let's
be
see what
looking
those
for
judges
7.
say. 3 white lights there for John.
7 could be in the cards for him today.
Oh, yeah. That's a big squat there. That moved fast.
We got Austin coming up, 650 pounds. Now, watch John and Austin today. They're both in the 140 kilo division. One missed lift could have one of them passing the other all day long, so should be an interesting race.
And Austin with 650.
Dude, this is exciting. This is fun. This is why I like powerlifting.
I don't know who's better at bench. I don't know who's better at what.
No, I don't either. I
do like Austin's mustache though. And he's decked out in red and black. He's got that SBD vibe going.
He does.
Good brace, hits it.
Man, that moved fast. That was an
moved really
impressive
good.
opener. Depth looked good. Let's see what those judges say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. It looked a little bit slower than the 630 out of John. But Austin might have that dog in him. A little bit of that dog in him.
Yeah, but his, like, not everybody opens a squat that fast either.
No,
like,
that
not
was a
everybody
stupid
squats
fast
that fast.
squat.
That was a stupid fast opener. So I think we're going to see some really interesting competition between the two of them today.
This is going to be a fun
140
day.
is the 308 class, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
140 is 308 because it's 110, 120, 140, 140 plus.
That sounds right.
125 because 125 is 275, right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. I had to do some math real fast. We're both in the lighter end of the weight class groupings. I shouldn't say I'm in the top end of the women's, but
I'm in the dead middle. I'm like 180 at best.
all right, second attempt here for Mac. Mac missed his opener, so let's see, hopefully get behind him for his second attempt here. Making sure he sinks it on that one. Waiting on the rack command. All right, 2-1, he's on the board.
Good, Mark. All right, Randy's coming up again.
Back around to Randy Moore at 385 pounds. State record attempt here for Randy. After that, we'll have Blake, and then Caleb Randall, and then Caleb Womack.
All right, we got Randy up here next with 175 kilos on the bar.
And Randy is a 22 in. So one thing that I really like to point out, like you mentioned earlier, is that spotters and loaders set the pace for the day.
Yes.
They can either be the gas on the day, or if they see that a meet's moving a little bit too fast, they can also be a little bit of the brake pedal on there to make sure that people don't get too gassed out.
Right.
And it depends on the vibe of the meet.
Correct. So sometimes, I think a good example would be at IPL, North Americans in St. Louis in November this last year. Now, the two different platforms moved significantly different based on the type of lifter that was competing on those platforms. But they both started at the beginning of the day, and one platform, I want to say, finished a whole flight before the second one, the day that my husband competed.
And it happened the same way with Sydney.
And it's not necessarily the crew specifically that was on that platform. There's a lot of variables. It's a combination of everything here.
But a solid crew makes everything go smooth.
Yes.
And again, if let's say, for example, the USPA Pro Raw that we hosted this year, there were fewer lifters in the day, but a lot of those lifters like to have a little bit of a longer day, more of a break between squat and deadlift. So you have to apply the break a little bit more on that. Be like, okay, we don't need to have the platform changed in 15 seconds.
Right.
It can be 25, 30 seconds. Again, you're not extending each attempt by an hour.
Everybody still has a minute long.
Correct.
Yeah,
but it's like, hey, we're breaking it a little bit. I throttled Tom. We had a helper, Tom, who worked at some extraordinarily high-level meets, and he was used to trying to get through 200 lifters in a day.
That sounds exhausting.
Because it was gnats.
Okay.
So he's trying, they're trying to do X amount a day. And he was like, okay, I'm going to go fast. I'm like, and I'm going to be the break. I don't care. Yeah, go as fast as you want.
We got Blake up here, 190 kilos on the bar.
Blake dropped this really hard on his first attempt, came back up with it.
And he got white lights.
That looked a little bit more controlled this time. Still hits a little bit
Maybe
of a
little
hitch.
bit more confidence with that second attempt there.
3 white lights for Blake. Caleb Randall is up next, 429 pounds.
All right, next up is Caleb with 195 kilos on the bar.
Caleb Womack, and then Jadelle McQueen, and then Alec Ralsquez.
All right, Caleb Randall.
Let's go, Caleb.
He is noticeably not wearing a beanie this time around. Because, a beanie adds 10 pounds on your total.
That is very correct.
Pitches forward a little bit. Looks like there might have been a little bit of a double dip on that.
2-1, good lift for him.
Again, from our angle, it looked like there was a little bit of double dip on that lifter's right-hand side.
It might have been a forward-backward movement, too.
And again, we're at a weird angle.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Caleb, not Leanne Womack, is up next.
He's got
501.5 pounds on the bar.
227.5 kilos.
And so the reason, and we talk about this every single time that we do commentary because I believe it's important, kilos is used because it's an international standard of weight instead of pounds.
Correct.
So that means that somebody watching in Australia today
Will understand what we have on the bar.
Correct.
And it's just a more well-rounded, uniform number. You're required to make a 2.5 kilo jump with each attempt, unless you're chipping it, and that's where the smaller chips come in.
Correct.
But
I mean, there's a 2.5 pound plate, and you can get calibrated pound plates as well. All right, settling in. Hits a little bit of a get up, not quite there.
I saved their spotters.
I stayed there by the spotters and loaders on that one.
So our spotters and loaders, keeping them safe is huge. You'll notice that the hands came in for my back spotter to keep the chest supported. He did not go around the middle like a hug.
No.
He came to the chest to help bring that forward, and then the spotters on the weights caught it and helped bring it up. All right, Lightning McQueen is coming up next. I want to call him Steve because I know it's dope, but it's actually Joel. I really like Joel McQueen. Again, a little bit older than I thought he was. I thought he was a younger lifter, you know. I thought he was 21, 22. He is 25 years old.
That's still young.
It's, again, still young, but not as young as I thought. It's weird. But I'm liking his vibe. I'm liking the decked out, like everything that he's got going on.
He's got a nice look, too.
He does. Solid look. His hair is perfect. It's on point.
A nice pick and solid walk out there.
Let's go, Joe.
Oh, man,
Hits
that's
it,
a nice
comes
looking
back
second
up
attempt there
really
for Joel.
quick on that one.
Let's see what the judges say. There we go, 3 white lights.
Good. And again,
Good lift for Joe.
phenomenal job.
Sets them up really well for a really great looking third attempt squat.
I think we're going to see some really good fights on thirds. And that's what you like to see on a powerlifting meet. Is you want to see some fights. Like you want to see some fisticuffs being thrown.
All right, we have Alec up next, 257.5 kilos on the bar here.
All right, packs his neck back.
Oh, there we
Little bit
go.
of a
Fights
fighter
for that
on
second.
one, but the judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Listen.
All right, let's go, Devin. 262.5 here on the bar for Devin. A little bit tougher there.
Looks like he got a little bit out of like his
He
groove.
misgrooved it a touch there out of the hole. 3 white lights, though, still here for Devin.
You're 3 out. Randy, you're 4 out.
All right. John is coming in with 300 pounds on the bar.
All right, John's got 300 keys on the bar here for his second attempt.
Let's go, John. 661 on the bar for John left.
All right, this is 661 pounds.
Big boy out of Strong Barbell Club here.
We'll see. This was a 40-pound jump, 30-pound jump.
Those last two third attempts, we might need you out there.
Oh, that moved.
He's got some weight left. And with the
3 white lights there for John. Sets him up for an amazing third attempt club.
Austin's 688.
So you got to coach him, but 705 or nothing.
I'm not telling you how to do it, but
His coach Peyton
you
is
don't
awfully
decide-
excited to call this third attempt here for him.
705. 705.
hey, 800.
All right, we have Austin up here, 312.5 kilos on the bar, 688 pounds. Wow, that was a solid looking second attempt. 3 white lights there for Austin. Man, this is gonna be a fight today.
I think it's going to be 705 versus 705 or somewhere.
85 pounds. Here on in the hole. Caleb with a K. 3 out. Caleb with a T. 4 out. Joel 5. Alex 6.
All right, Max third attempt here at 175.
We've been so caught up in the fight that's been going on, we forgot to change what attempts this is.
Oh, that was a fast third attempt.
It's too fast, too speed.
Quite there. I'm guessing that's on dead. That will bring us back around to Randy Moore. 402 pounds loaded on the bar. 182.5 kilos.
All right, we got Randy up here with his third attempt, 182.5, 402 pounds.
And then Caleb with a K. And Caleb with a C. What they're doing here is they're moving these in. Most of the time with these bigger guys, myself included, these need to be moved in so that we can have our hands in the proper placement for the arm. Let's go, Randy.
All right, Randy, let's go.
Good looking swap there.
3 white lights for Randy.
Good job, Randy.
Good job, Randy.
About the most excited we'll get Randy today, but that's right where we need it.
All right, next up is Blake Krause here, 197.5 kilos on the bar.
All right. This is a state record for Blake.
Let's go, Blake Krause. 435 pounds for Big Blake. State record attempt. All the way.
That's probably his
easier than the
prettiest
second.
squat of the day for him.
We just need to put more weight on his back. That's apparently
Yeah.
the secret to this.
3 white lights there. Rainey just said himself, every rep was better than the last, and he is not wrong. All right, we have Caleb up next here, 197.5 kilos on the bar. 435, my bad. This is just 2.5 kilos up from his second attempt here. Moved way better than his second attempt, and 3 white lights there for Caleb. All right, we have Caleb up here with 227.5 kilos on the bar. This is another 501-pound squat.
All right, Caleb. I got faith in you, bud. Keep braced. Keep ready.
Last 6 squats of flight C or flight B.
Threw his head up. Not quite there.
Catch, spotters and loaders. Give our guys and gals a round of applause there.
Good catch there by the spotters and loaders.
We routinely have one of the best crews in the game. Always growing, always changing. We appreciate the support of our members and community members.
There we go. All right, big jump to 578.7.
All right, Joel, let's go. This is 262.5 or 578 pounds here for Joel. All right, let's go, Joel.
All right, Mr. McQueen.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yes! Man, that looks good. 3 white lights for Joel.
White lights. Good lift. Alec is up next at 578.
All right, we have 4 squats left here of our day. Not just third attempts, but of our day. We have 4 more squats here. 262.5 kilos for Alec. That's 578 pounds.
Let's go, Alec.
All right, let's go.
Come on, Alec. 578 here for Alec. The last one.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Look at that squat for him. That was pretty. 3 white lights for him as well. All right, Devin is up next. We got 600 pounds on the bar, 272.5.
Another 600-pound squat. Friggin' she's pretty heavy squats today.
I know, it's exciting. I want to remind everybody, this is a drug tested meet. Once again,
Devin Wright's up next at 600 pounds. Platform's ready for Devin Wright at 600.
all right, let's go, Devin.
Let's go, Devin. Come on, big guy. A strong barbell club, Devin Wright.
Let's go, Devin. Come on. All right, come on. Come on, stick with it. Nope,
There for Devin.
not quite there for Devin today.
Out of the hole. Give a round of
All right, next up is John DeLapp, 310 kilos, 683.4.
Getting things set up for 600. Austin, 5 to round for the day. Got 2 more lifters to get up for, and then you're going to.
All right, these are the last 2 squats of the day here, and then we will rotate to bench press. I don't know if you guys can hear the background song, but it is time to wake up! Obviously, the song is for me here. All right, John, let's go. Let's go, John. This is 300. All right, let's go, John. Man, I've got goosebumps here, friends. All right, let's go, John. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what those 3 white lights for John. That's so exciting. Good for him. He earned that. That was fantastic. All right, next squat up is Austin. 705 pounds on the bar for him. 320 kilos. This is the biggest squat of the day.
That's going to bring up our last squatter of the day. Van Normus, Austin Van Norman at 705 pounds.
All right, let's go, Austin. Not sure if you guys can hear it. I think you guys can hear it, but the room is very excited here.
Let's go when Austin hits that hole.
All right, let's go, Austin.
Give it up for Austin Van Norman at 705 pounds.
I'm standing up if you can't see it because I've got to see this. This is super exciting. Come on, Austin, stick with it. Come on, grind, yes. Oh. All right, so what you guys will see here is he is going to get 3 red lights. He did stand up with the squat, but he lost his balance and took a step. So that is considered not a lift.
These boys are only 2.5 kilos apart heading into the bench today.
Woo, that was fun. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, switch things out, and we'll see you back at the Fly Day bench.
All right, we are back. Bench is ready to go. We are on flight A, first attempts for bench press. Boom, there we go.
Abby stepping in at 110 pounds to start things off. Christy, you're on deck. Lakin, you're in the hole.
All right, Abby gets that rack command. 3 white lights, lift is good.
Christy's up next with a state record attempt of 115 pounds.
All right, now bench typically moves a little bit faster than squat because your rack height's not moving as much, and usually you're not going from no reds to 6 reds all the way back down, so you can kind of cycle through it just a little bit quicker. Christy's looking for a phone up top. And yes, I said that live.
Reagan is 137 here. Easy opener through Reagan at 137. Kelly's on deck. Annie's in the hole. Sama, you're 3 out.
A good kilty handoff.
137 for a state record attempt. No lift there for Kelly at that weight. Got 2 more chances to come back on that. Annie's up next at 143. Oksana's on deck.
All right, we have Adriana up next with 65 kilos on the bar.
All right, so with bench press, the head judge actually gives a press command. And to get that press command, what does the lifter have to do, Christy?
The bar has to basically come to a complete stop on the chest. Where that happens on the chest and how deep that happens on the individual lifter's chest is very lifter to lifter specific.
You have to have, it's not necessarily just stopping, it's control on the chest.
The bar has to be at a complete stop
Correct.
and motionless. So if you're a sinker, which I used to be, still kind of maybe am a little bit, the head ref actually watches you sink it into your chest until it comes to a complete stop. That's why a lot of people like to advocate for the soft touch, because it's easier and quicker to come to a complete stop.
I mean, or you just drop it to your chest and let it crush your entire sternum.
I mean, if you can remain tight and bench 400 pounds like that, all power to you.
Hashtag JP Price. That's, I believe, 600
I
actually.
was going to say that was like a 600-pound bench, I do believe, so.
Just drops it to his chest, sinks it in, hugs it. Hugs it like it's a slingshot.
I mean, and that's where you'll see like larger lifters like JP and I that can do that sort of thing. You've got thicker people. You don't really see it so much on thinner end of it.
I used to sink it.
Really?
Yeah. At
Yes,
165 pounds.
You've lost a lot of weight.
No, at
Oh,
165 pounds.
That's funny.
I know, I'm on his ass.
All right, we have Miss Maddie J up here, 65 kilos on the bar for her.
All right, Madison's got some good control on the way down. She tempos it down, explodes on the way up.
And she has that soft touch bench press. That was very pretty looking. All right, next up we have Karen with 67.5 kilos on the bar for her.
All right, Karen is up next.
So Karen, 148 on the bar.
So one thing you'll also notice is that Joe, the head ref, actually gets really close to the lifter when he gives the commands, because sometimes you can't necessarily hear the command, and they do a visual command, but obviously you're not going to see that.
If you,
Um,
I think the visual command on bench is one of the stupidest things.
I think if you're right next to their face and they can see you in the periphery, I get it, but I agree. But I also think it's for the side judges, so if you think about it, they may not hear the commands either, but if they see it,
But shouldn't the head judge be the only one calling if a command has been jumped?
I've seen it both ways.
If a head judge can't judge depth,
Yeah.
then why should the side judges be able to judge calls?
So one thing to also remember, so we do turn the music down so people can hear better.
Yeah.
But also, if you can't hear or you have a hearing disability, it's important to speak up and advocate for yourself.
That is very true. You have to be your own lifting advocate.
Exactly. You don't want to have any guessing games because you can get red lighted for those guessing games.
Oh, man. One thing that Joe advocates for, by the way, on bench is you don't see it as much anymore. It's definitely falling out of favor for good reason. But people used to chop their butts.
We haven't seen any so far yet today, but that doesn't
Not
mean we
yet.
won't.
We might. So, one rule for the bench press is your butt has to stay on the bench.
Correct.
After the start, rack is given.
And so as you can see on the right side, Amy's literally sitting on the ground because she's watching the entirety of the bench press. She's watching Elisa, who is on the bench press now. She's watching for the bar. And then after the press command, she's immediately watching her glutes to make sure that they stay in contact with the bench the entire time.
And not only glutes, it's a similar thing that happened with the last squat. Your feet can't move either until
That is also
the rack
correct.
command has been given. If her feet move, it's no good.
It's important to read the rule book.
Savannah's up with 170.9 pounds being loaded onto the bar.
All right, let's get it.
All right. Nick has stepped off the platform, giving Savannah the start command. Presses up,
There
really
we
good.
go.
A little bit of a slow start off the chest, but then it explodes
But
up
then it was just
once her
fine.
triceps kick in.
Versus that 170-pound attempt. Ashley's up next at 181. After Ashley, we'll go into round 2 of bench press.
All right, next up we have Ashley at 82.5 kilos.
All right. Ashley coming up, 181.9 pounds. Now, I'm a little bit biased, but because I get to see both you and my wife bench. But what's your opening attempt usually, Christy?
I believe it was 248 this last meet.
That's an incredible opening bench, by the way, everyone. That's what we call international elite. Oh, sorry, elite.
I don't think they have that in the WRPF.
International elite?
Yeah, I think it's just you qualify for a pro meet and that's it. That was a good looking opener.
I mean, I think that you've qualified for your fair share.
Oh.
You only have to have like what, a 4 WRPF is like a what, 410 dots
I don't know.
for the pro?
No, it's 450.
Was it 450?
450 dots for raw on drug tested day, and 475 with wraps on drug tested day, and then I believe it was 500, and it may have been 475 and 500 for raw versus. So it's very interesting to see that there's not that big of a gap between the drug tested day and the untested day qualifiers.
Which is a little strange, yeah. But I'm very much of the opinion that, and this is again perhaps controversial.
A little
slow off the
slow
chest.
there, yeah.
But not bad. So I think that qualifying totals for for national level meets are too low.
For the USPA, that is correct. For USAPL, it's actually competitive.
It's actually competitive, but they still stuff every single day. They could almost raise their qualifying totals actually.
So I will argue with that. So after I competed in 2019, they adjusted their qualifying totals to what the halfway or the average mark was for that weight class at Raw Nationals. So my total that I got at Raw Nats in 2019 was actually the qualifying total for the next Raw Nationals. And at that point, I squatted 418, bench 225, and deadlifted 435, I think, at that meet. So it's still pretty high numbers, and that was the 84-plus kilo class.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like she might have jumped the command a little bit on that one. But she got it. It looked real close. But again, USPA.
So something to note: 275 in the USAPL is actually an 1,800 plus total. 275 raw men's.
But
So-
that's 275 plus. They're missing 2 other weight classes.
That is true because I do. No, it's 275, and then they have a 275 plus.
Okay, I thought it was 275 plus. But
I would argue and say the USAPL actually has competitive qualifiers for their national level meets because it's not. Somebody could qualify very easily for USPA
way too
nationals
easily.
or an international level meet with a class 2 total, and would probably be 100 pounds shy, if not more than that, to
Yeah.
qualify for USAPL.
To me, I think we'll stick with no lift for Lakin on that one. Nina coming in. She missed this on her first attempt. She's taking it again. So one thing that I'm very much in the belief of, again, I'll speak more specifically towards USPA, is the national level meets are both too long,
Yeah.
but they're not packed enough.
I would like to see them increase their qualifiers.
Go from a class 2 to a class 1 for national level meets.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be a great start. And then to see how many people register. If you don't have as many people register.
Yeah. I mean, but again, you make it more competitive, you make it more exclusive,
Right.
and more people are willing to try to be there because it means something a little bit more.
That was a very soft touch. We'll see what those judges say there on this one. All right, Nina's on the board here. 3 white lights for that bench press. All right, we have Reagan Miller up next. Something to point out here that we haven't yet pointed out for her is she is a bench press only competitor. She missed her opener, unfortunately, but she is registered as a bench press only lifter.
All right, shoots up. Let's see what the judges have to say. All right, on the board. So in powerlifting, you compete in full power, push-pull,
Bench press only.
and deadlift only.
Correct.
There's no squat only, which I kind of find odd.
That's interesting to
Like,
think
you've
about.
never thought about it, right?
No.
There's a push-pull, and there's a deadlift only, and a bench only, but there's no squat only.
Yeah, but how many people actually want a squat? Oh, Brian. Brian's raising his hand over here. He
I
would
can't
like a
deadlift,
squat
I
only.
can't bench, I can only squat.
So you're a full power lifter, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I have to do full power meets.
All right. We have Kelly up here, 65.5. This is a national record attempt for her.
This is 144.4
I believe she missed her opener
pounds.
with the glutes, so we'll see if she can keep that down this time.
All right, let's see what the judges have to say.
2-1, no lift here again, unfortunately.
Wondering what that was.
So the head ref is signaling that maybe it might have been an uneven lockout.
Uneven lockout, or was he saying uneven lockout, or was he saying downward motion?
That's also possible, too. All right, the next lifter is Adriana Smith with 67.5 kilos.
Get it. Fiber. Chalk is fiber.
Oksana's up next at 154. Madison, you're on deck. Karen, you're in the hole. Jasmine, 3 out. Elisa, 4 out.
All right, next is Oksana here, 70 kilos on the bar for her.
Good control.
Oh, what a pretty bench for Miss Oksana.
If she doesn't go up at least 100 kilos on that, I'm going to
She
be
needs at
disappointed.
least 5 more kilos on the bar there. That was too easy. All right, we have Miss Maddie J up here next with 70 kilos.
Platform is ready for Maddie Jenkins. All right, you'll notice that she's using the rack to try to get a little bit better of an arch. USPA, there is no bench depth.
There is no bench depth. The only Fed that does bench depth now is IPF, and they're still trying to figure that out.
Good bench right there.
That was very pretty.
So lifters try to use the rack, anything that they can to try to reduce the range of motion on their bench by increasing their arch. And what that does is it basically means that you're moving the weight less of a distance.
And some people's spines don't allow them to have that large of an arch, and some people's spines allow them to have the McDonald's arches.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm benching it.
That was pretty good, actually, Brian. I'll give that one to you.
Thank you. Would
A little bit of a grind there for Karen. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, good lift for her.
All right, Jasmine is up next.
All right, next up we have Elisa Acosta here, 77.5 kilos. All right, let's go, Elisa. Good lift there for Elisa. Good looking second attempt for her. All right, we have Miss Savannah up next with 80 kilos.
All right. Savannah's coming in with the hair whip. I just work.
Let's go, Sag, all the way to the top for Savannah.
There we go. Good looking second attempt for Miss Savannah
All right, 3
here.
white lights, good lift for Savannah. Ashley Wilson's coming in with 87.5 kilos for a state record attempt. Now, a state record attempt has to be from the state that you live in.
That is correct. It's not the state that you're getting the record or breaking the record. It's the state that you.
You must be a resident of your state to set a state record.
Which is really something important to think about, especially here in the Kansas City area, because you have Missouri residents and Kansas residents both competing often at our meets.
Yeah, so you got to pay attention to what state record, if your specific state has a record. And then, one thing that we haven't talked about yet with any of the records is before you take the attempt for it to count as a record, you have to let the judges know.
That is correct. And they have to mark it down in the computer system, essentially.
Good luck for Ashley. Addie's up next. We start round 3.
All right, we're starting third attempts.
Addie, Christy, Lathan, Nina, Kelly, Reagan. Start things off.
All right, the platform is ready for Addie with 55 kilos for her third attempt here today. All right, we'll see what the judges say on that one. 2-1, good lift.
Good lift for Addie. Nice job to round out a 3-for-3 bench performance. Christy, you're up next at 132 for a state record. Lathan, you're on deck. Nina, you're in the hole. Kelly, 3 out. Reagan, 4. Andy, 5.
All right, next up is Christy here with 60 kilos on the bar. 132.3 pounds.
Not quite there.
So one thing that spotters and loaders are watching for that's an automatic disqualifier is any kind of downward motion. So a lot of lifters can get upset if they have downward motion. They continue to do the lift, but they're still not going to get the lift.
Yep. So the question is, do you just say take it and save your energy for the next lift?
I think it depends on the lifter and depends on how long you've tried.
Yeah. If there's downward motion, just
If there's downward motion, though, as a spotter and loader, you should just take it anyway.
rip it out of their hands.
Because it's for everybody's safety. Ultimately, like, same with squat, same with, deadlift, you can't really, like, take from the lifter per se unless they pass out.
No.
132 for Nathan Johnson. That's a good lift.
All right, good third attempt for Miss Lakin. All right, we have Nina up next with 62.5 on the bar.
Reagan, you're in the hole. Andy, you're 3 out. Jasmine, 4 out. Karen, 5. For a national record attempt at 65.5 kilos.
All right, Miss Kelly Barron's up next with 65.5 kilos. This is a chipped national record for her. She has not gotten a bench yet today, so she needs this to stay in the meet. In fact, I believe she broke a national record on her squat, and so she needs this bench press to keep that national record.
It's true.
Reagan, you're on deck. Andy, you're in the hole. Jasmine, you're 3 out. Karen, 4 out.
That's why you never open with a record that you can't do for 2 to 3 reps.
That is correct. All right, come on. Get it, get it, get it.
No.
Oh, not quite there for her today. Unfortunately, that does mean she will not get a total for the day and does not get her national record squat.
Reagan Miller is up next as a bench press only competitor.
All right, next up we have Reagan Miller, 67.5.
Explosive lift for Reagan Miller. Save it to the 1.
2 to 1, good for Reagan.
Andy's up next at 154.
All right, we have Andy up
Andy
next,
Smith
70
is
kilos.
coming up. 70 kilos, you say?
70 kilos.
Good grinder for Annie. 3 white lights, good lift.
3 for 3 on the bench press for Andy Smith. Jasmine's up next at 159. Karen's on deck. Oksana's in the hole. Madison's 3.
All right, Jasmine Ramsey's up next. 72.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Last 7 attempts of flying A bench press.
All right, Jasmine misses on her second. Jumps to start command, and the strength's not quite there.
Jasmine moving on that third attempt. There's 1 for 3 on the bench, and Karen's up next at 165.
All right, next up is Karen at 75 kilos on the bar. All right, 75 kilos here for Karen. You can see her shake her head. That's one of the things with bench press. Oftentimes, you just know. You just know if it's not there. All right, next up we have Miss Oksana here, 75 kilos on the bar for her. They look like they should have been done in the warm-up room.
Yeah, clean, crisp, clear, under control.
165 for Oksana Ricardo.
Good control on the way down. Let's see what the judges have to say. It looks like there might have been a little bit of downward motion on that.
Yeah, 2 to 1. Downward motion there in the middle of the rep.
The strength is there, just needs to work a little bit more on that press through.
Triceps. Triceps. That's my answer for everything bench press, though, I feel like. More triceps.
More triceps.
More triceps, more lat.
So how are your triceps feeling? Like I should do more triceps. All right, gets the start command. Holds at the top for a half second. Brings it down. Not quite there.
One thing you'll find and see a lot with bench too is people pitter patter and they kind of die out a lot faster than they did with deadlift or squat.
They go from hero to zero real quick.
All right, we have Miss Elisa up next. 80 kilos on the bar for her. She is 5 for 5 on the day so far. Let's see if she can go 6 for 6. Come on. Oh, look at that go. Look at that third attempt. Good for her.
Last two bench presses of flight A. Flight B, you are up immediately next.
All right, we have Miss Savannah up next. 82.5 kilos on the bar for her. This is 181.9 pounds. Let's go, Sav. She's got a background in gymnastics, so she definitely can. She has that thoracic mobility to get a nice big arch. Come on. Oh, downward motion there for her. Not quite there for her today. That's okay. It's time to party, time to deadlift. All right, one last bench here. Flight A. We have Ashley Wilson, 92.5 kilos.
We'll have Austin, Ian, Colton,
All right. We've got a 203-pound bench here for Ashley. All right, let's go, Ashley. Oh, there's a sinker for you, but she sprung up. Bar came solid stop. And 2-1, not a lift for her. All right, we are moving on to Flight B. All right, we have Austin Cook up here with his opening bench attempt. Wow, that was fast. 3 white lights for him. All right, next we have Amber up, 70 kilos on the bar for her. She is a push-pull competitor today, as well as a bench press only, as well as a deadlift only. All right, Ian's up here with 75 kilos on the bar. This is a state record attempt for him. Good looking opener for him. All right, we got Luke Gerhardt up next here with 82.5 kilos. Easy opener there for Luke. All right, Eric Valdez is up next, 95 kilos on the bar. Good lift there for Eric. All right, next up we have Caleb Clausen. He's got a 100 kilo attempt or 220. All right, let's go, Caleb. Good looking opener there for Caleb. Good lift.
Ceci is our next lifter up. 220 pounds around the bar, 100 kilos.
All right, Ceci is our next lifter. She's got 100 kilos on the bar here, 220 kilos. This is a national record attempt for her.
One of these judges out. Platform is ready for Ceci. Let's go.
Did the ref get injured? I've seen a ref get vomited on. They got, on deadlift, they got exorcists. Lady finished out the lift, though. It was pretty impressive.
Solid looking opener there for Miss Ceci.
Easy work on that. 3 red lights.
Red light. What? I completed it. Disgusting, first of all.
Same weight load on the bar. 100 kilos, 220 pounds. After Kian, we'll have Jonathan, and then Leslie, and then Amir.
Good bench.
Caleb Clausen, we need you at the head table, please. Good lift there for Kian.
All right, we have Jonathan up here, 115 kilos bar. Good looking lift and 3 white lights there for Jonathan. All right, we have Leslie Newton up next. This is 115 kilos, 253 pounds. We got a girl benching over 250 pounds here. She is competing bench press only as well.
No, you're wrong.
Amir, you're on deck. Austin, you're in the hole.
Leslie, a male competitor, is benching 250 today. Christy.
All right, Amir is up next here at 125 kilos.
It's in the world from now on. I've made worse mistakes.
All right, let's go, Amir.
Deadlift.
3 white lights there for Amir on his opener.
State record for Amir. We're going to go back to the top of the lineup for second attempts with Austin Cook at 159 for a state record attempt. After Austin, we're going to have Amber, Ian, Colton, Blue, and Aiden.
All right, we've got Austin up here with 72.5 kilos on the bar.
I guess there's 6. Our judges today have been really good about the press commands. There haven't been anything excessively long yet.
That is correct. And they're calling them when they should be called.
Yeah. Really quick descent. Good job, Amber. Another bench press and push pull competitor.
Yeah, she's doing everything but full power.
No, she's not doing deadlift only. I don't think she was doing deadlift only. I can't tell. When she comes back around again, we'll be able to look. I don't know why you wouldn't do deadlift only if you're doing push pull, bench
There's
only.
somebody
and
that's
deadlift
doing all
only.
3. I can't remember their name.
It might be her. I could be wrong. I could have misseen the little check marks. It's possible, you know? It's not like I said somebody was Leslie.
Brian. All right, we've got 80 kilos on the bar here for Ian.
Deadlift, 2 reps on the side for Ian. Colton is going to be up next. Luke now done. Aiden in the hole. Eric with 3 up. Caleb 4. Sussy 5.
You know what I really enjoy seeing, Christy? I enjoy seeing lifters help handle other lifters.
I think it's fun.
I actually genuinely mean that. That is not a sarcastic comment. Because I remember my first few meets, that happened with me.
Yeah, so it's interesting. My first meet, I didn't know what a handler was. Let's be honest there. My second, I also competed with my husband at the first meet. So he was in flight D and I was in flight B. So it was a 4-flight meet. And he was warming up essentially. No, maybe it was a 3-flight meet. Anyway, he was warming up while I was going. And I was in the second flight. And then he would compete. and I could watch him before I warmed up.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
It was nice.
My first meet, I didn't know what stance I was doing until we got started going.
You've told me this
I
story
know.
before.
Have I included the one where I almost missed weight because I weighed in at 151 for the 165 weight class?
Oh, I weighed in and I don't know what because I was an 84 plus.
Yeah, I did not like how the USAPL previously had done weight classes, cutting it off at 84 kilos.
Yeah.
Again, thank you,
They had to abide by the IPF rules though at that point too, which is trying to be part of like the Olympics too.
I think this is going to sound, again, another controversial take. I never thought I'd agree with the IPF on one thing. I think people are misinterpreting what they're wanting. They're wanting to be an IOC affiliate so they can get funding to the poorer countries from the IOC. They don't necessarily want to be in the Olympics.
Oh, interesting.
Right? I could be very wrong, but I think that's kind of what they're going for. Because in a lot of poorer countries,
Good luck in second attempt there. We've got Eric up next, 100 kilos on the bar.
Caleb's on deck. Ceci's in the hole. Diane's 3 out. Dominic, you're 4 out. Les, you're 5 out.
Another lifter handling another lifter.
what? I'm sorry, Jeff.
And the lift is good for Eric.
It went up 1%? Hey. Let that be a lesson to you.
All right, we have Caleb Clausen up here, 105 kilos on the bar for him. This is
If I had
231.5
$2,000,
pounds.
Jeff, I'd be having a streaming laptop.
Good lift for Caleb. All right, we have Ceci up next with a national record attempt at 237 pounds.
Let's go, Sassy.
All right, let's go, Ceci.
This is a national record attempt for Ceci, if Christy hasn't already said it.
I have.
You have a national record smile, Christy.
Oh my gosh.
Boom. That's how you make friends blush, everybody. Compliment them.
Compliment them.
We've got Cade bringing the smoke.
Woo, look at that. And the lift is good for Miss Ceci.
I guess you could call this a smoke show.
I think we'll see at least a 242 bench out of her next. That's 2.5 kilos.
I think you're right.
Ryan Brown is our next lifter up.
Let's go, boys. Light.
Same weight loaded on the bar, 237 pounds for the state record attempt.
Let's go.
Let's go, Kai.
All right, we got 107.5 on the bar here still. Good looking second attempt there. The judges
Like
say
easy work there.
good
3 white
lift.
lights for Kyan. Jonathan is our next lifter. After that, we'll have Leslie, and then Amir, and then Austin.
Super Saiyan Jonathan coming up next with 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
Let's go, Jonathan. 264, 120 kilos.
It's also
It's also cheaper than a custom made weight. This is only like $200. Like I said, going 200. 200. But yeah, like coming from taking the reds from the outside is the way to do it.
Slow but steady there for Jonathan. Second attempt, 3 white lights for him.
Leslie Newton is our next lifter. Same weight loaded on the bar.
Mr. Leslie is coming up.
0.6 pounds. Platform is ready.
All right, let's go, Leslie. This is 120 kilos for him. It's 264 pounds.
Let's go, Leslie.
What? This is 2-2. There's 2 left in flight 2 of attempt 2.
All right. 3 white
Leslie
lights
could
there.
be benching 275 today.
All right, we have one more second attempt bench press here for flight B.
Amir
And then
coming
we'll be
in.
on to our third attempt. All right, we got Austin here, 80 kilos on the bar for him. Starting off our third attempts for flight B. Ooh, not quite there for Austin today. right, we have Amber up here. 80 kilos on the bar for her. Not quite there for her today.
State record. Third for Ian goes 1 for 3 on the bench. We got Colton coming up next, 180 pounds. Luke, you're on deck. Aiden, you're in the hole. Eric, you're 3 out. Ceci, you're 4 out. Caleb, 5. Remember, if you're not in the flight that's warming up, you should not be in the warm-up room. Right now, only Flight C should be in the warm-up room.
All right, we got Colton up here with 85 kilos on the bar.
The funniest
2-1, there, Colton. All right, we have Luke Gerhardt up here with his third attempt bench press at 92.5 kilos. This is 203.9 pounds. Good looking third attempt for Luke. Let's see what those judges say. Look for him go. That's exciting. 200 pounds. All right, we have Aiden up next, 95 kilos.
Green CRV, VOO, E7N, Hyundai Accent, LHK 4445. Get your cars moved or somebody's going to move them for you in 15 minutes.
Marshall, you going to be the one moving them? Are you going to be the one moving them?
But the guy came in, he was not happy.
Good lift for Aiden there. He's having a fantastic day so far. All right, we have Eric Valdez up next, 105 kilos. This is 231 pounds.
Oh, that makes sense. How do you feel? Cece is going for a 242-pound bench. This is a massive bench. Christy
Look who
called
guessed
it.
that. Look at me go.
Here we go, Sassy. Lock it in.
Heyo.
All the way up in three.
Judges say.
3 white lights.
Come on, get stuck right there in the middle and can't quite make it.
Gets the ground. No lift. That's going to bring up Kyle Brown.
All right. We have Kyan Brown up next. 100 and
Austin.
no,
705.
Jonathan up next with 125 kilos.
How's it going over here, guys?
All right, we have Amir up here with 135 kilos. Not quite there for Amir today.
All right. Moving on to
All
flight
right,
C.
we're on flight C.
And we are going into flight C. As soon as we rotate our staff, we'll be ready to roll.
All right, we've got Mark Andrew up here, 85 kilos on the bar for Mark. All right, we got Brandon Curtis up here, 92.5 kilos on the bar. All right, we got Johnny Hendrickson up here, 97.5 kilos. All right, we have Jonathan up next, 110 kilos on the bar for him.
You're right, Christy. It's good to stand.
I know, it is nice to see, right? Oh, wow, that was a fast opener there.
I don't get why people just warm up on the platform.
Yeah, that should have been done in the warm-up room.
Ryan, you're up next at 253. Eric, you're on deck. Jordan, you're in the hole. Peyton, you're 3 out. Carlos 4.
All right, we got Colin up here with 115 kilos on the bar.
Good looking lift there for Colin.
All right, we have Eric Kunkel up next, 120 kilos on the bar for him.
Opening up at 264, 120 kilos.
Platform is ready for Eric Kunkel. All right, the Kunkelnator. We're getting a handoff from the great J.P. Price. One of the only men to squat 900 and bench 600 in the same day.
That's a
me-
great looking opener.
Solid looking. That's it. I think another 7.5 keys.
Easily.
The weights are calling.
Adam say that? Adam talk big shit yet? Oh, yeah.
All right, we've got Jordan Johnson here, 125 kilos on the bar.
Hat.
Well, there you see, you got to leave that head over there on the side.
Man, we got two people trying to wear hats on the platform today.
And that one was a trucker hat.
Yeah.
You know what? That man looks like one of them there country singers. Morgan Whalen, perhaps.
I don't know anything about country.
I know some country
I know
singers.
Garth Brooks and Shania Twain. That's about it.
Hey, you knew
Rascal
Womack.
Flatts.
You knew
Oh,
Leanne
Leanne
Womack.
Womack. Yeah, I know all the like late 90s
90s.
people.
I listen to country irregularly.
Good lift for Jordan. Peyton's up next at 286. Carlos is on deck. Daniel's in the hole.
All right, we have Peyton up here, 130 kilos on the bar.
Wearing those squat to depth wrist straps. That was a little bit of a struggle for a first attempt. Not terrible.
So something you'll see with somebody that's a sinker like that though, is they lose tightness off of the chest a little bit. Sometimes you can use your body like a trampoline, but sometimes that means you sacrifice your lat tightness a little bit.
And sometimes that trampoline falls flat. You lose a little bit of springs in there.
All right, we have Carlos up here, 130 kilos on the bar.
286.
So one thing about Carlos is, for his squat attempts, this man was wearing unlaced Timbs. The man's unhinged, and I like it. Kidding me.
All right, we have Daniel up here, 137.5 kilos on the bar. All right, we have Eric up next, 140 kilos on the bar. All right, let's go, Eric. Slow and steady, still steady, not really any pausing points for that bench press. Good lift. All right, we have Brian Harmon up here, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Good looking opener there for Brian. All right, we have Parker Timms up next. 170 kilos for his opener. That's 374.8 pounds. Parker is very calm and very cool and collected. All right, we're on to second attempts here for Mark Andrew. Mark missed his opener and is retaking it here at 87.5. Actually, no, he went up 2.5 kilos from his opener. So it sounds like he missed the rack command on that. They'll have to come back on his third.
We still have Carla Rodriguez's credit card up front. If Carla Rodriguez lost her credit card, it's up there. Bring your ID to claim it.
All right, we have Brandon Curtis here. 100 kilos on the bar.
All right.
Clean looking second attempt there.
Really clean second attempt. All right, Brandon.
Brandon Curtis at 220. Johnny's up next at 231 for a single for the count.
All right, we have Johnny up here, 105 kilos on the
bathroom?
bar, 231.5 pounds.
Oh. There's some seats.
Oh, Eric is 3 out. Jordan's 4 out.
Aren't you just steal Brian's chair for right now? Brian, you want to Stop squat lady. Somewhere for an old person to perch.
All right, good luck there for Johnny. We got Colin up next at 122.5 kilos.
Jonathan's on deck. Eric, you're in the hole. Jordan, you're 3 out. Peyton, you're 4 out.
He's been going for 2 hours.
He's been going all day. He cleaned the house today. So now he's doing something else. I don't know what he's doing, but
Jesus.
he's gonna vacuum the fan. This brings him joy though, so like, I don't feel bad.
Good lift, 2-1 for Colin there at 270.
So he missed that from the head ref. A little bit of up and down motion. Sometimes the side judges can't see that from their angle.
Yeah, so, and if it's like, it's not necessarily downward motion, but more like an uneven
Uneven
lockout.
motion.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's
Locking one arm out before the other.
correct, but what I think Mark said there specifically was uneven,
Oh.
was like downward. But it could seem that way if one arm gets ahead of the other,
Yeah.
and it creates almost a step stool effect.
One thing to point out too is that while that is not allowed here in the USPA, that is allowed in the USAPL.
Which is weird.
You can unlock unevenly.
That's weird. I'm
So
cool
it
with
was
it.
a rule change, I think, in 2019.
Ah. Well, I'm cool with it. I like that rule change.
Yeah, I don't think unevenly locking it out does anything different to the lift, in my opinion.
My arm still has to push the weight up.
Right. You still have to lock it out at the end. All right, we have Aaron Pickle up next, 127.5 kilos. All right, we got Jordan Johnson up here, 130 kilos on the bar. Little sticky there on his second, but he walks it out and pushes it out. Let's see what the judges say there. 2-1. Good lift for Jordan.
Carlos, Eric, and Brian next.
I mean, you can. There's no point to repeat it, but I wouldn't go much more over 2.5 keys personally.
Yeah.
You could go 5 and probably maybe not get it.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
All right, we have Peyton up here, 132.5 kilos on the bar, 292 pounds.
Good handoff. A little slow off the chesticles there.
And
Not
2-1,
quite.
not a lift.
I'm gonna guess his butt came up.
I can't see it very well right here.
I mean,
so.
if we could get a good butt angle, just like get in there,
Brian, you need another camera. Come on.
get that butt angle.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, we got Carlos here with 140 kilos.
Carlos, you got 30 seconds, bud. Plenty of time.
Hey, how are you? Clean.
Nice looking second attempt there.
I just noticed that. I just noticed that.
Daniel's up next.
All right, we have Daniel up next, 142.5 kilos bar. Nice looking second attempt there for Daniel.
314.
All right, we got Eric up here, 145 kilos on the bar.
Let's go, Eric. 319 pounds in the bar for Eric Dobbins. We got 3 benches left in this round.
All right, 3 benches left in flight C second attempts, then we'll move on to third attempts. Not quite there. Good job to our spotters and loaders coming to keep him safe. Brian Harmon is up next, a solid 377-pound bench press.
National record here for him. 171. There's 500 grams.
There might not have been
Steady,
more
but
than
that
that
was
extra
good.
gram.
Man.
Good lift. National record for grind
And he can
harmonic
technically
second
chip
step.
that
Parker's
again.
up next at
That's about what I would
395
think I would do.
That's a.
Our third attempts, it'll be Mark,
And he did it without wrist straps either.
Colin, Peyton, and Jordan.
My wrists are too baby-like to not use wrist straps. I prefer to.
I mean, I don't need them until I'm at like 80%.
Oh no, I wear them on my second warm. I have a lot of pain in my hand between my thumb and my index finger. That meat that's in between there, it's painful. So at like 165, which is my second warm up, I wear wrist straps.
Nice. Did
Yeah.
not know that.
It makes the pain not there. Yeah, before I started wearing wrist straps, I actually went thumbless because it.
Suicide grip.
Yeah, suicide grip.
So Parker is going. Is that a 385? I believe.
That is a 385. You got 3 reds and the collars on there. I don't think we've talked about the collars today, have we?
We have not even touched the collars.
So the collars are 2.5 kilos a piece.
Only 2.5 kilos a piece.
Are you making me question this?
I don't know. I just feel like messing with
No.
you today.
Anyway, normally you don't train with comp collars, and so the color loading, if you're used to lifting with calibrated, is different. Yeah. Oh,
No lift there
Not
on
quite
that one
there.
for Parker. He's got another chance at 385.
come back and
Parker
come back
just
that
back
again.
up at 203. Needing this one to post his total. Johnny, you're on deck. Brandon, you're in the hole. Colin, you're 3 out.
All right, we're starting thirded
All right, so we're
attempts.
starting third attempt. All right. This is Mark's third attempt, and it is needed for the day today. Mark needs his third attempt, 92.5
Let's go, Mark.
kilos. So Mark.
All right, brings it down.
Oh, come
Starts
on.
going up. Fight
That's
for it,
Keep
Mark.
going, keep going.
Nope, not quite there.
Good grind, but not there for Mark. Nice try.
Good job by the Sabres there.
All right, Johnny Hendrickson is coming up. 242.5 pounds being loaded onto the bar
110 kilos.
for the 15-year-old. All right, 3 white lights, good lift.
Nice job. Brandon.
All right, Brandon Curtis is coming up next for a state record attempt.
Colin, you're on deck. Peyton, you're in the hole. Jordan, you're 3 out. Eric Kunkel, you're 4 out.
All right, we got Brandon here, 117.5 kilos, state record attempt. Oh, there we go.
And then 250.
All right, we got Colin here with 127.5 kilos on the bar.
You know, normally I would make cookies. I just people here they no, you have a lot. I feel like you know there's well we're not
Oh, there you go. That's pretty good looking third attempt there. Let's see what those judges say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. When you only need 6.
All right, we got Peyton here with 132.5 kilos on the bar. All right, 3 white lights there for Peyton. All right, Jordan Johnson's the next lifter here, 135 kilos. All right, strength's just not quite there for Jordan today. Good save by the spotters there. All right, we have Eric Kunkel up next, 107.5 kilos bar. We have 6 more lifters for Flight C bench, and then we will be on to Flight D. Go, come on, keep going. Not quite there for Eric today. Still having a solid day.
But 2 for 3 on bench isn't a bad way to go, and
No,
5
and
for
3
6.
yeah, I was gonna say he's got all of his squats, that third bench, which is fairly common. If you're gonna miss a lift due to strength, your third bench is pretty common to miss.
Yeah. All right. We've only got 4 benches left until we move on to the D, the Flight D.
5, including this one.
5. Well, after this one doesn't count. We're already at this one. He's already on the bench.
All right. Ooh, that's a pretty fast looking third. A little bit of a double, like 3 white lights.
There was some weight left on there.
It wasn't, yeah, I would agree. Maybe 2.5 kilos, because he did kind of like get sticky a little bit,
But depends. He could be a grinder.
That's true.
I think 2.5 would have been a good call to get him a little bit more on his total. Fine. Now there's 4 bench presses left,
That is correct.
but 3 people left after this one, mathematically speaking.
walk around the house and stretch out, jump up and down.
Give a little encouragement here.
Sinks it. It's a little bit further than last time, but still
That's a
not quite
close
there.
for a bench press if I've ever seen one.
I'm just gonna say
All triceps.
there were just people behind me, so I'm sitting down.
Why don't you sit on the box?
Folks in Light D, there are 3, 4 benches in Light C.
I know I'm
Ready to go.
All right, good self handoff. Soft touch. Really good grind, but not quite there. It was okay. Tried to grind through it, just couldn't quite make
Spotters
it.
and loaders are doing a really good job of letting people grind.
Yeah.
And not grabbing it too soon. Truly waiting for that downward motion.
Oh no, there's certain times where you just see it and you're like, no.
Eh.
AWC, extra lifting order start Light B.
Ugh.
Folks, let's give him a little encouragement here. Third attempts are always difficult without encouragement. Give him a little noise. Get him fired up.
Come on.
Ooh, look at that
Come on.
grind.
Not
Oh,
quite
not
there,
quite
bud.
there. All right, this is our last bench press of this flight.
Brian Harmon going for a national record.
Finisher of Light C. Brian Harmon.
Let's go, Brian. We got a national record here for Brian. He's 2 for 2 so far. We're going to 385 on this attempt.
I was over here, well, I was blocking people in, so I went the rest of my errands and came out. Very pretty.
Little uneven extension for Brian.
Oh,
Not quite
no,
there.
just
Stalls
not
out.
there.
All right, we're moving on to flight D, bench press.
Randy, Caleb with C, and Joel starting us off.
Just a little bit of something in there. I got this stuff that makes me like
All right. Mac gets that start press command. Looks really clean. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift.
Good lift.
All right, great lift.
We had some of you leave your bars loaded in the back. If you're a coach and your athlete had their bar loaded in the back and did not unload it, then you need to go help out. We're not going to make everybody do that for you in flight A. Make sure you get your bars unloaded. Right now, my spotters and loaders are back there volunteering to do it because you didn't have very good manners. I appreciate you for saying that, Big Tall Man. You can just reach over the curtain and do it.
All right, let's go, Caleb. Good job.
There we go. Good lift for Caleb Randall. We got Randall Moore coming up next.
Crisp, clear, and clean. Randy Moore coming in with 115 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, platform is ready for Randy Moore. Yeah. All right. All right. Slow control to the chest. A little slow on the lockout there. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, no lift.
All right, we got Joel Lightning McQueen.
Soon to be
130
Dr.
kilos.
McQueen.
Dr. McQueen, that is correct.
Soon to be Dr. Lightning McQueen.
Alec, you're 3 out. Austin, you're 4 out. Flight A, just like we did from the squat to the bench, from the bench to the deadlift, it'll be 10 minutes.
All right. Good down. Quick up.
Wow, that was fast.
The only hiccup in his giddy up was a little bit of extension at the top, but that's where it starts to get heavy.
Has he competed before?
I'm not sure.
I'm not either.
John DeLapp is up next. Opening up with a 358.2 pound bench press.
That's
162 and a
162.5
half.
kilos.
You know, we should take the show on the road.
We should take the show on the road.
Charge like, I don't know, room and board, $1,000 a weekend.
Oh. That sounds pretty fantastic to me.
I mean, I don't need a job after that.
I do.
Yeah, one of us makes far less money than the other one. I'd be making money.
But I would gladly take this on the road.
Getting to travel around the United States. So if you're looking for people to commentate your powerlifting meets, I'm sure we can cut a deal. Pay for us to travel and pay for our room and board, our travel. I'm golden almost after that. Let me bring my wife.
All right, we got Devin up here with
All right. Devin
162.5
Wright up
kilos.
He's sticking with that same weight. And again, one thing that you really notice with bench is the rack height doesn't move nearly as much as the squat.
Oh, 100%.
And we should be done with this flight probably around, I'd say about 220, 230, 220, 230.
Over or under there.
Give or take. Fine, we'll go 225.
I don't know, we're almost done with the first flight, so.
Exactly. I mean, we're flying through this one.
Good looking opener there for Devin.
So that's 20 minutes, a little bit less than a minute per attempt.
Sam better put some weight on the bar there for Devin.
All right, Alec Velasquez is coming up. 391.3, and then we'll close the flight out with Austin. And I believe that's a 400-pound bench press.
192.5 is 402, so that is correct.
I don't know my kilos, which is why we bring Christy in.
I don't know my kilos either, but that's one that I remember. It was my first comp deadlift.
I got nothing.
192.5.
That's my opening attempt on squats right now, high bar.
I couldn't tell you what my numbers look like anymore right now. Good looking opener there. All right, we got Austin here with 192.5. This is 424 pounds.
424. Why did you think that? You said 402.
182.5. That's what the other guy just did, right?
Right, but I was talking about Austin's.
Oh, no, 182.5 is 402.
That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure that's different.
Oh, no, 182.5 is 402.
All right. Gets a good start command, brings it down. Holds it on his
Wow, that was
chest for
fast.
a second. We're gonna see a high fours, I think. I'm feeling a high fours coming in.
I will say it does seem like him and John are a little bit separate there. So they're
Deadlift is
they were
gonna be
2.5 kilos apart from each other.
correct on bench.
After squat.
On squat.
And I'm not quite sure how far apart they are now, but
Almost 100 pounds. It's 70.
yeah.
Because I think John opened up at 358.
That sounds right.
I think 358, and that was just 424. So
You're testing my short-term memory here, Brian. Not great. Not with details.
I just think of it as useless trivia because I don't need to know it, except for right now.
Pretty good looking second attempt there for Blake.
All right, we're moving on to second attempts.
Mac is up next at 248. Caleb's on deck. Randy's in the hole. Caleb with a C. You're 3 out. Joel, you're 4 out.
There we go. 3 white lights there. All right, we have Randy up next, 120 kilos on the bar. Oh, a little sticky there for Randy. Let's see if he can. He's really going for it though. Sticking with. Nope. All right, we have Caleb up next. 120 kilos on the bar. Caleb did miss his first attempt, so let's see if he can get back on here on a second. Little sticky there. Let's see if he can stick with it.
All right, let's see what they say. Judge has already thrown 1 light.
Yeah.
2 to 1. Good lift.
He's on the board.
Joel's up next at 308.
Joel McQueen coming in. 140 keys on the bar, 308.6 pounds. Being loaded for the 25-year-old physical therapist. Soon to be physical therapist. $36.
Solid looking second attempt there for Joel. 3 white lights. Lift is good.
All right, John DeLapp coming in. Okay. Is that 385?
That is 385.
I'm getting good at this guessing game as to what the numbers are, even though I can't read them.
Maybe Brian will learn kilos.
No, not that bad. I read the pounds. I didn't read the kilos. 3 reds plus a collar.
All right, 175 kilos here.
All right. This is a good bench. This moves his bench within currently 40 pounds of Austin's bench. It puts him about 45 pounds away, but he can make up the difference on deadlift, potentially.
That's a solid looking second attempt there.
I think another 10 to 15 pounds. I think another 10 to 15 pounds on that one's there, definitely. I can pull the coach aside and ask him what he's going to go for.
Alex, you're on deck.
All right, just conversed with his coach just for a split second. It looks like the weight call is going to be really interesting. 185 kilos is going to be loaded onto the bar.
Yes.
That is a 10-kilo jump, about a 22-pound.
Yeah, should be good
22-pound jump, which takes him to that 402 range. That gets him within kicking distance.
All right, Devin, let's go.
Good control on the down for Devin.
Oh, that's
Little bit of a
solid looking
stick in
second.
the middle.
Good. 175 kilos. Oh,
Not
no
quite
lift.
there. I
Second.
think that stick, his butt came up.
Yep, that's exactly what.
Alex up next.
They saw daylight underneath the cheeks.
Little flashlight
Full light underneath the cheeks there.
between
Goes
the
back to the
cheeks.
chalk comment you mentioned between flight A, though. If you chalk your glutes, then it's easier to see, especially if you're wearing a black singlet. And you can see where that white and the black on the bench meet.
It's very true. That's why you should wear a black singlet for bench, but a multicolored singlet for squat so they can see where your hip crease is.
I
Or
still
you
like
just-
black.
Or you just
Derek
be like me.
Mead would disagree. We had a little conversation on Instagram the other day about that, but
I mean, could be
I'm a
worse.
big fan of the black singlet all the way
That's
through.
just because you think they look cool.
They're very flattering.
I mean, that's why I wear the flower singlet. It's both black on the butt, but colorful on the sides.
Do you think anybody actually still wears that singlet anymore?
Where's
That
what?
brand doesn't even exist anymore.
It does not.
No, they've changed
It's now
it.
become Not Dead Yet,
Yeah, not dead yet. That is correct.
which is kind of ironic because I think it's still under the Hate Brand website name.
463 for another state record at 10.
I can check this out.
All right, we have Austin up here, 210 kilos on the bar. That's 463 pounds.
Nope, it links back to Not Dead Yet. They haven't cleaned up all their 404 pages, though.
Platform is ready for Austin at 463.
Because he doesn't want to embrace the hate. He just wants to be not dead yet.
3 out. Caleb Stora. It's Caleb with a K.
All right, let's go, Austin.
Wow. Real quick on the way up.
There we go. That's pretty good looking. 3 white lights.
You know, I want to be positive here, but there's a very high potential. There's an 80-pound difference on bench.
That is correct.
No matter what happens, there's a
Right.
minimum of a 80-pound difference.
But maybe somebody doesn't have a fantastic deadlift. Maybe they're a squat and bencher, not so much a deadlifter.
Maybe. We'll find out.
Maybe John's a deadlift specialist.
Blake Krause is up next at 248.
But there's also a little bit of a difference. John is only 21 years old compared to Austin, who is 29, 28, 29.
So there's a training age difference.
There's a training age difference.
But we're also assuming there's a training age difference. I didn't start powerlifting until I was 28 or 29.
Correct, but we'll talk about more established muscle belly
That's
difference.
a valid point, too.
Again, that's not as big of a deal as most people would think.
Good lift from Blake Krause.
All right, Blake is 6 for 6 for the day so far.
Yeah.
State record. Mark is up next.
Blake's got a nice head of hair.
With a K. Then Caleb with a C. Then Joel and Devin.
Weekend after, I'll be coming back from Disney.
All right, we got Mac here, 115 kilos on the bar.
Yep.
This is 253.5 pounds. That moved like a second, maybe even an opener. 3 white lights there for Mac. All right, we got Randy here, 120 kilos on the bar. Come on, Randy, drive. Nope, not quite there for Randy today. All right, we got Caleb up next. 120 kilos on the bar for Caleb. Let's go, Caleb.
Good grind right there.
Smooth
white
grind.
lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights for Caleb. Caleb with a K. Now we got Caleb with a C.
Platform is ready for Caleb Womack.
After this round's over, we'll see where we're at on time. We'll take a 10-minute break to get set up for deadlift, and we will deadlift, and we'll be done.
We'll hit that gas for the day. Get moving and grooving. Hit some PRs. Okay.
Let's go. Come on. Oh, not quite there for Caleb today. Nice save by the spotters and letters. All right, we got Joel up next, 145 kilos for him. This is the 319-pound bench. All right, let's go, Joel. Making sure he gets nice and focused before he gets set up there.
All right, Lightning McQueen. Living the dream, Lightning McQueen.
Oh, stick with it, come on! Ah, dang.
Not quite there for Joe to get super free on the bench. Devin's up next at 402. John, you're on deck. Alec, you're in the hole. Austin, you're 3 up.
All right, we got Devin up next, 182.5 kilos on the bar. This is a 402-pound bench. Let's go, Devin.
All right. Devin Wright gets that star command. Not there today. That's okay. Made the smart call, didn't fight through it.
Yeah.
One thing that can happen on bench really easily is somebody thinks it's there, it's way too heavy, and they don't ask for help, and they end up either tiring themselves out or worse, hurting themselves.
He knew it wasn't there right off of his shit. Like, I don't even think he got the press command before he knew
He
it
did
wasn't
not.
there.
It touched his chest, and he just went no.
No.
And you know what? I've had those moments where I've come. That's what I thought. Okay. I wonder if his pec tightened up. Could be a pec.
Hopefully he's okay. We've got John up here, 185 kilos for John.
All right, we've got 3 benches left in the day. This is a 407.9 bench.
A 10-kilo jump from that 175.
Again, this is putting him within kicking distance for deadlifts. For deadlifts. All right, this is exciting. A little bit of an uneven extension. Not quite there. It's okay. The strength is there.
Yeah, not quite.
The strength
Right
is
there
there
at the
for
very
sure.
end.
Just needs to work on those triceps.
More triceps.
Everything can solve. Squat's terrible. Do some more tricep work.
More triceps.
Your deadlift sucks. Triceps.
We need a cowbell. More triceps. Ding, ding, ding.
Ooh.
All right, guys. We've got Alec up here, 192.5 kilos for him. The 424-pound bench.
All right, Alec. 424.4 pounds being loaded onto the bar.
there today.
Stan is a speedy man. That was fast.
That was fast.
Heading into the deadlift, we got Austin coming up with our last bench press of the day.
All right, we've got Austin up next.
Attempt for Austin.
479.5 pound bench press for him. That's 217.5 kilos.
All
All right, let's go, Austin.
Van Norman, 479.5. All right, gets a start command. Brings it down.
Come on. Oh,
Nope, not quite
good.
there.
Nice save by the spotters and loaders. That was fantastic. All right, now we're going to change things around. We're going to take 10 minutes to run to the restroom, get a couple more snacks, maybe some popcorn and a beer, and we'll be back.
No, that's fine.
we're starting up deadlifts here.
Abby's up next at 226.
All right, we've got Addie up here, 102.5 on the bar for her. Great looking opener for her, Addie. All right, we got Kelly up next. This is 242.5 pounds, 110 kilos. Good looking opener there for Kelly. All right, we have Lakin Johnson here, 122.5 kilos. This is 270 pounds. She has some really pretty shoes. That is a nice blue. And a fantastic deadlift opener. That was speedy. All right, we have Adriana Smith here. 125 kilos. Brian's back. I've been here.
Christy's never left us once, except for that one time where she left us once.
Amy Smith is up next at 275. Reagan, you're on deck. Aaron, you're in the hole. Jasmine, 3 out. Lisa, 4. Savannah, 5.
It's a good angle.
Good looking opener for Adriana.
Reagan's up next at 386. Aaron, you're on deck. Jasmine, you're in the hole. The current lift is a state record attempt. Let's go, Reagan. 286. Easy money for Reagan Miller.
That was a fantastic opener for Reagan.
Karen's up next at 292. Jasmine, you're on deck. Lisa, you're in the hole. Savannah, 3 out. Lena, you're 4 out.
I'll probably eat a around 330, flight C. All right. Karen's coming in, 132.5 being loaded onto the bar. A nice steady setup on her deadlift. Now, Christy, have you pointed out what's on some of these lifters' legs?
No, I have not actually. The difference.
So a lot of lifters will be putting a baby powder
Yes.
on their legs to make their legs slicker. However, some people who have not lifted before might see that white powder and think, oh, that's chalk.
Yeah, it's not chalk.
It's not. In fact, chalk does the exact opposite of what you want to do.
So at my first meet, actually, I had to stop another lifter that was in my flight. She went over. They had like these stock tanks essentially for you to put your baby powder on in. She went over to put her hands in the baby powder, thinking it was chalk,
Oh, no.
which would be the opposite of what you want for your hands. So you went nice and slick on your thighs,
Baby
not
powder
so
on your-
much your hands.
Baby
Chalk
powder
on the
your
hands.
hands and chalk on your thighs.
That would be not great. Those are some hot pink socks, and
That's a
I love
strongman
it.
event right there.
Yeah, that is a strongman event. All right, this
All right,
is
settling
Jasmine.
in. Good. Now, the saying is, the meet doesn't truly start until deadlifts, does it?
For a lot of people, that is correct. So it's like everybody just is a little bit more relaxed. It's more fun.
But the
At
other
the end
thing
of the
is,
day,
if you don't get a single deadlift, you can bomb out for the day.
somebody's speaking from experience right now.
Listen, it was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life, and
You
that's
only
saying
needed
something.
2 white lights, Brian. That's all you needed.
And you only need 6 for the day. I got, up until that point, I had gotten, because 27 white lights, right? Is a full meet.
Yeah.
I had 18 white lights up until that point. I had 3 times the amount of white lights needed to.
They just weren't in the right area.
No, they weren't evenly distributed.
All right, let's go, Lisa. Solid looking opener for her at 135 kilos.
You know, I'm thinking about it. So we know the absolute minimum lights that you need to get on the board is 6, right?
Yeah.
The maximum amount of lights that you can get but still bomb out is 21. 2 very different ends of the spectrum.
That's funny.
That's
All right, we got Savannah up next. Ooh, she just took a big hit of ammonia over there. This is 147.5
coming in,
kilos.
settling her hips in, taking that nice sumo stance. She's a little bit newer of a sumo practitioner.
This is her first meet pulling sumo, I do believe.
I believe it is. Ah, easy. Absolute queen over here. Austin, hear that? So
All right, we got Nina up next, 152.5.
on white lights. Because you get 1 white light on all 3 of one of your lifts. 3 white lights across all for 2, and then each one of your attempts after white lights. So, right. So you come out, but you're adding those white lights from each attempt. 18 to the top 4. So you're 21 total lights.
All right, 2-1 for Nina there.
And all that you have left, 9 lights. But you can't give those.
All right, we got Oksana here, 152.5.
There's lights per list.
right, we got Maddie J here with 160 kilos on the bar, 352.7 pounds. That's a very pretty sumo deadlift there by her. All right, we got Ashley Wilson up next. This is a national record, 220.5 pounds or kilos. This is 486.1 pounds on a deadlift opener.
Ashley coming in with a 486.1. A national record attempt.
That's a really impressive opener.
We're going to go into our second attempt, starting with Christy Thomas third.
All right, we got Christy coming up here, 97.5 kilos on the bar for her.
Pay attention on it. I don't know if you know that, but we are.
All right, now we're ready for Christy here at 97.5. One thing we haven't talked about here is the difference between conventional and sumo deadlifts today. Christy's got a conventional deadlift. Me too.
Second attempt for Christy. Stop by.
That's Christy. I'm Christy, but she's also Christy.
Well, that was confusing.
Yeah.
There's Christy and Christy both have conventional deadlifts.
Yeah, Reagan's 4
But the difference really is hand placement and foot placement, ultimately.
Yeah. And everyone says that one is easier than the other. However, some people don't have the leverages to make sumo work.
Yeah, I don't think sumo's easier. Sumo makes me hurt.
In not fun ways.
Yes. Let's see.
Like for me, again, I'm very much a conventional puller. I stiff leg it the entire time, but it counts.
Well, technically conventional. Addie's a conventional puller here. She's got 110 kilos on the bar.
Good lift for Addie at 250 pounds. Gonna take us to 253 for Kelly at a national record. Lincoln, you're on deck. Kenny, you're in the hole. Reagan, you're 3 out. Jasmine 4. Karen 5.
You're pulling 485, right?
Next week? Yeah. We'll load it up. Yeah. Yeah. I got faith in you.
All right, we got Kelly up next. 115 kilos on the bar.
Okay, week after, fine.
Good moving second attempt there for Kelly.
Hey, what do you mean if you don't?
Good pull.
Loads it up. Rachel Johnson at 286. Not a problem. Deadlift. Andy's up next at 282. Reagan, you're on.
Got it. All right, good pull.
All right,
Andy.
good second attempt there for Andy.
All right, Reagan is up next. 297 pounds being loaded onto the bar.
Lisa 3 out. Savannah 4 out. Sama 5.
So it looks like Reagan was not bench press, only she was a push puller. 2-1, good lift.
All right, we got Jasmine up next with 137.5 kilos on the bar. That is 303 pounds.
You know they say hi ba hi ba? They're ollie lifters because they say high bar, high bar.
High bar. Instead of hypa.
All right, setting yourself in. So Jasmine's hips shot up just a little bit on there. Good lift. There's definitely a little bit more left in the tank. So one thing that you'll notice is if lifters don't get quite the right wedge or their form isn't perfect, the first thing that'll happen on their sumo deadlift or regular deadlift even is their hips start to shoot up before the rest of the bar.
My hips used to shoot up on conventional quite often, actually.
One good cue for that that I found for me is don't think about lifting the bar up. Think about pushing your hips through.
Exactly, it's a hinge.
Yeah. So your hips, you're going until the point, and it takes a lot of finding, like messing around.
You have to
finding
drill
out.
it over and over
Yeah.
again.
It's a great cue though. push the world away from you.
Right.
All right,
All right,
Karen
this-
settling in. Again, another sumo. Hip shooting up.
Way to stick
So on
with
that
it
one,
there,
her
Karen.
her hip started to shoot up and her head looked down. As soon as she brought her head up, her lift started to go a little
And
bit more
she was
straight
able
up.
to hinge appropriately.
Correct. It was the same way on her first attempt, actually.
All right, we got Elisa up next with 145 kilos on the bar for her, 319.7 pounds. So her shoes are not yellow, by the way. I have seen them up close and personal. They are sparkly, and they are glitterified.
Are they glitter gold?
Yeah, they're glitter gold.
Oh,
They're very fantastic. They're very pretty.
I can dig it. I can dig it.
Her jewelry's glitter gold as well. So she's very well put together today here.
Setting herself in. Again, a conventional polo
That's
through
a
and
great
through.
looking second attempt.
Up and down, easy. Another
Clean.
10 to 12 and a half keys on there, I think.
I
Very
think
possible.
so. Yeah.
Again, one thing that we've talked about a little bit, touched on today, normally we talk about it a lot more, is attempt selection.
Yes.
So for bench, your attempt selection percentage is smaller than it is for squat.
100% small.
And
Like,
on deadlift, though, there's a little bit more play than there is for everything else. Again, we're not talking it's 10% different on your attempt selection, but 1 to 2% difference. Like if we were to say that squat is like a 5 to 7.5%, deadlift you can usually attempt to attempt can go about 6.5, about 8.5%.
another thing to mention is that we are using a kabuki deadlift bar.
If you've never used it before, it is.
It can get a little whippy on you. Let's go, Saf. Come on. That's all right.
Try, Saf.
Hey, it's just an afternoon here at SBC. There's 6 people here, and we're going to go back and get it.
All right, Oxy is up next with 358.
Nina, you're on deck. Madison, you're in the hole. Ashley, you're 3 out. Christy, you're 4 out. Addie 5. Kelly 6.
All right, we've got 162.5 here on the bar for Oksana. Let's go. Her Vans are very beautiful. They're multicolored.
I like them. They feel like 80s Vans.
Yeah.
She's got a 4.
She's got to put some weight on that bar. She's also beltless for this, too.
All right, Nina is up next with a 363.8.
This is a very narrow conventional.
This is
hold
a
here.
Mike McGivern stance.
She also is a very narrow squatter.
Looked a little scared there at the top. That's a solid pull. Great job, Nina. There's not much left in the tank.
No.
Yep, she's calling it right there. She called the day right there.
She did
Smart
call it.
call, incredible call. There was not an ounce left on that bar.
Yeah. Her lifting style reminds me of Laya Bavoil from France. Very narrow squatter, very narrow deadlifter. Able to keep her hands super close on the bar.
It's all right. This
All right,
is solid
Maddie.
374.8 state record. Really clean, really crisp. That was a 3 times body weight deadlift.
She's just such an impressive person to watch. She really is. I really enjoy watching her lift. She lifted at the Warrior Games actually in October.
Hmm. Ashley Wilson is up next, going for 501.
501. 501.
All right. One more deadlift here, second attempt for flight A, and we have a 501-pound pole here. This is very exciting. She competes as a 67.5 kilo lifter, and we're also at a drug test meet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear the crowd after here. This is a really big pull for any woman. Something I haven't done myself.
Lightweight.
All right, let's go, Ashley. Come on. Oh my goodness, lock it out. Come on, let's go, let's go. Yeah. 3 white lights for Ashley. That is really impressive. Good for her. I just got chills. Woo. All right, we're starting our third attempts here with Christy at 105 kilos. That was an easy third attempt.
Textbook deadlifting for her today. Addie is up next. Kelly is
All right, we have Addie up next, 117.5 kilos on the bar. All right, let's go, Addie. That was a speedy third attempt for her as well. There we go. Addie went 9 for 9 today. That's very exciting. Has to feel good for her. All right, next up we have Kelly Barron here, 125 kilos for her. Easy move in third there for Kelly. 3 white lights. All right, we have Lakin up next, 135 kilos for her. 297.6 pounds. All right, we got Adriana up next, 140 kilos on the bar for her. This is a 308-pound pull for her. Oh, not quite there for her today. That is all right. Still going 8 for 9 today. It's a fantastic way to end your day here.
Same way being
All right, we
loaded on
have
the bar.
Reagan Miller up next, 140 kilos
So
on the
after
bar for her.
digging around a little bit, it looks like Ashley is going to be closing out the day with a 5:07 attempt.
All right, let's go, Karen. We've got 142.5 on the bar for
All right,
Karen.
Karen. Digging yourself in.
Three white lights for Karen here. Great third attempt. 7 for 9 for her today. We've got Jasmine up next, 147.5 kilos.
Let me pull, Daddy. Let me pull.
That's 325.2 pounds.
God. I'm gassed after yesterday. Done. I'm going to be chugging some caffeine and be doing my secondary chest day today. Dumbbells and dips, baby.
All right, let's go, Jasmine. Come on, let's go. There you go. Come on, stick with that. Nice.
Really good patience off the ground.
Way to grind that third attempt there.
Great patience
2
off
to
the
1
ground.
deadlift.
And her hips didn't shoot up quite as much as they did the other two
All right,
attempts.
we got Elisa here, 155 kilos for her. She's having a fantastic
That's
day
why I
so
stiff
far.
leg.
Let's
That
end
way
it
my
with
hips
a
can never
good-
shoot up. I've always got that booty popping.
All right, let's go, Elisa.
All right, glitter gold. Come on, Elisa. Glitter gold, Elisa.
Come on, lock it out. Let's go,
Come on,
let's
push
go,
the
let's
hips
go.
through.
Hey, yo.
Good stance.
Yes.
Solid.
9 for 9 day for her, too. She's rocking those hoops, too. I just noticed that.
She's got the spark. She's got the flair. As somebody who as a flair person, she's got the flair.
And she's so smart. I believe she's an engineer, if I remember right.
I don't even have
She's a genius with math, I know that.
I'm not a genius with anything. I'm a genius at not being a genius. Let's go, Savannah.
Let's go,
She missed
Savannah.
us
We
on
got
grip
157.5 on the bar
on
for her.
second attempt. Let's get behind her, everybody.
All right, she had a little bit of a grip issue on that last lift. Let's squeeze it on this one here. Come on, Seth. Stick with it. Stick with it. Come on. Oh. It's all right. It's all right, ma'am.
Raise your hand if you got SPC and sometimes one of your glutes shuts off. All right, here we go. Oksana's up next at 374.
All right. Oksana is up next. 374.8 beltless, as she has been prone to do all day. I just wonder what Oksana's total would be if we could throw a belt on her. No belt on squat, no belt on deadlift.
All right, we've got Oksana
Beltless,
up here.
perhaps.
374
Less
pounds.
of a belt than what you think.
Let's go, Oksana.
I mean, this is more than I can do beltless.
Let's go.
Let's get it, Oksana.
How could you fail with it?
374. Everybody clap along with her.
Let's go, Oksana. Come on. What? What was that?
Yeah.
Ma'am. That was fun, and that was an opener at the third attempt. Yes. Somebody go load 400 for that girl in the warm-up room so she can pull it.
All right.
Oh, we got
So
402
Madison is
pounds
up,
from
Jenkins.
Madison
Correct. I believe she secures this. She's getting herself a 439 dots. She's some pretty big drug-tested dots on the women's side today.
Let's go, Maddie. Come on. She's 56 kilos. Remember that. Come on, come on. Stick with it. Come on.
Nope, not,
not
quite,
quite.
there. That's okay. Stay close. All right. Ashley Wilson is up next. Going for 507. She got 501 on her second attempt.
Yes.
Definitely a grinder, but we'll see what she can do.
Maybe something hard, JP. You know what I'm saying? Raise
Yeah.
it up.
We got Ashley Wilson coming up for another.
All right. This is 507 pounds for Ashley Wilson. This is a national record.
Deadlifting this and this body weight is like
She's already exceeded 500 dots. That's very impressive.
Let's go, Ashley. 507 pounds for a national record. Rounding out Friday. Right when she gets ready to pull, everybody pull with her. Get excited. Let's go.
right, Ashley, let's go. The room is loud for her. This is so exciting. Let's go, Ashley. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Ashley. Stick with. Come on, pull, pull, pull. There you go. Come on, stick with it, stick with it. Come on, lock it out, lock it out. Holy crap. Yes, let's go. 3 white lights for Ashley, 507 pounds. Holy moly. Holy moly.
Holy crap!
All right, Slight. See you, Katie. Let's go. For Luke, we're going to go to 303 for Amber Crumbo. Ian, you're on deck. Colton, you're in the hole. Ceci, you're 3 out. Austin, 4.
Hey, can we get 2 people per side? Yep. All right, Amber. Ian is up next, opening with 145 kilos, a state record attempt.
Let's go, Ian. 319 pounds for a state record attempt here. Colton, Ceci, and Austin, you're up next.
All right, Colton is up next. 147.5 being loaded onto the bar.
Sassy is our next lifter up. 330 pounds, 150 kilos. First attempt. Let's go, Sassy. Ready, steady. 3 right left. Our next lifter up is Austin Cook at 374. After that, we'll have Ryan and Aiden and Eric Valdez.
All right, Austin Cook opening up with 170 keys, a state record attempt.
Platform is ready. Three white lights. That takes us to Ryan Brown at 385, 175 kilos on this first deadlift. Here we go, Kai. Really looking opener there, all smoke. 3 white lights for him. Gonna bring us up to Aiden next. After that, we'll have Eric, and then Amir, and then Caleb Thompson. Three white lights on that opener. Good job, Aiden. Brings us to our first 400-pound deadlift for this one. 407 for Eric Valdez, going to be loaded up on this bar. For a state record attempt. Platform is ready. Let's go, Eric. Amir is up next at 424, 195 kilos. Also a state record. After Amir, we'll have Caleb Clausen, then Jonathan, and then Luke Gerhardt.
kilograms is being loaded onto the bar. Pouring out for Kylo Ren. Kylo Renograms. I know. All right, Caleb Glosson coming in with a 200 kilo opener at 177.7 pounds.
Let's go, Caleb. Set it up.
Speed. All that I can think of is speed.
3 white lights. Same weight up next.
All right, same weight. One thing that you'll kind of notice with this is that they're readjusting the plates on the bar to make sure that it's nice and tight for every lifter. That's something that should be done between every attempt. Just to make sure that the plates aren't wibbly wobbly, especially on one of these kabuki bars, because the kabuki bars tend to bend and fold just a little bit more. Quick, solid up. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good.
We got Luke coming up. Round 2 of deadlifts here, and light C. That's light B, I'm sorry. Amber's on deck. Ian's in the hole. Colton's 3 out. Cecily's 4 out. Austin 5. Kyan 6.
Let's go, Luke. Setting himself in with the sumo. A little bit of a hitch in his giddy up there. Not quite there. He can come back and get it again. There was a little bit of downward motion. Amber Crumbo is coming up next. 142.5 keys on the bar.
Oh, you can do it if you want. All right, we have Colton up here, 155 kilos.
Let's go, Colton. 41 on the bar here. Colton Folks. Okay.
Let's go, Colton. That's a good looking second attempt. 3 white lights, he's on the board. All right, Ceci's up next. 160 kilos, 352 pounds. All right, let's go, Ceci. There you go. Good looking second attempt for her. Judges say good lift.
Austin Cook is our next worker at 391. 170 and a half. Austin will be
All right, we got Austin up next. 177.5 kilos on the bar for him.
Let's go, Austin.
Come on, let's go. Lock it out. All right, 3 white. All right, we have Kian up next. 185 kilos on the bar. 407.9 pounds. All right, we got Aiden up next, 185 kilos. All right, let's go, Aiden. Great looking second attempt there for Aiden. All right, we got Eric Valdez up next, 190 kilos, 418.9 pounds. All right, good lift for Eric. All right, we have Amir up next, 205 kilos, 451.9 pounds. All right, let's go, Amir. This is a state record attempt for him.
Let's go all the way to the top, Amir.
Very nice. Speedy.
The state record attempt for Amir. Good.
All right, we got Caleb Clausen up here, 227.5 kilos for his second attempt, or 501 pounds. All right, we have Jonathan up next, 240 kilos, 529.1 pounds.
Johns on a state record second attempt for Johns. Luke Gerhardt's coming.
All right, we're starting our third attempts here. Luke Gerhardt up first. All right, let's go, Luke.
Let's go, Luke. This is Luke's last look of the day. Let's get it up to Luke Gerhardt at 130 kilos here. 206.
Oh.
That's all right, Luke.
That's okay, Luke.
No big deal,
That's
buddy.
all right, Luke.
Good job today, Luke. Good game, my guy. Amber's got next. State record attempt for rehab.
All right, we got Amber up next, 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds.
Platform's ready for Amber.
All right, let's go, Amber.
Crumbo.
For state record. Luke over the 10th. Colton's on deck. Sessie from the hole. Austin's 3 out. 9-4-85. Platform's ready for Ian at 352.
All right, let's go, Ian. 352 pounds
All
here.
right. Let's go, Ian. Beat drop. Perfect time.
Oh, come on, stick with it. Yeah.
You know it's going to be a good day when the beat drops.
Colton's up next at 375.
What? My buddy.
All right, we got Colton here, 170 kilos.
Let's go, Colton. 375.
Great third.
Good day for Colton, folks. At 375. Platform is ready for Sessie.
All right, let's go, Ceci.
All right, we got Ceci up next, 170 kilos for her. She needs a back slap from JP Price to get this third attempt. That's what she's waiting on. She got it.
All right, come on, Ceci. Look up, Ceci. Lock it out, Ceci.
That was a
Great
fantastic third deadlift for her.
Great pull
Great.
for Ceci.
All right, got Austin up next, 182.5 kilos or 402 pounds.
Let's go, Austin.
All right, come on, Austin. That is a really close grip. Not quite there. That was, both hands were on the smooth. There was
Yes.
no knurling in his palms.
So I noticed that on his last one. His hands were very narrow, but on the smooth part.
The one thing about having a narrow grip on deadlift is it's really hard to lock out because your arms almost get caught on your lats trying to
Yeah,
push
you
through.
can't. And sometimes you just can't get your lats tight enough.
You gotta do that fake sell, that hard push with your head. Just push your
Yeah.
head through and make it look like it's real.
All right, we got Kyan up next, 190 kilos, 418.9 pounds. Wow, that was a great third attempt.
Nice job.
Probably left
Great
a couple
third
kilos in there.
You know what? And that's okay. 3 for 3 on the day is a good
And
way to go.
yeah, that's a fantastic way to go. 9 for 9.
We got Aiden coming up at 424 pounds.
All right, we're closing in on the end of Flight B deadlifts. We'll be moving to Flight C. All right, let's go, Aiden. Come on, Aiden. Let's pick it up, Aiden.
192.5. Ooh, that's
Oh,
sticky.
not quite there.
Glued to the ground.
The bar bent real hard.
That's a kabuki bar, though.
Good fight, Aiden. Good fight. All right, Eric Valdez is up next. 15 years old and going for 440 pounds on his deadlift.
All right, platform's ready for Eric. 200 keys. Good lift for him.
JP, it's that chef's kiss of the music.
All right, we got 501 here for Amir. 227.5 kilos.
This is starting to throw around some big boy weight for the lighter weight classes. Amir's 161 pounds, and half that's got to be his hair. Stepping up with those, are those Vibrams?
Those are the Vivo barefoot
Oh,
shoes.
the Vivo barefoot, that's
Yeah.
what it is. Breaks the ground with it.
Great third attempt there for Amir.
2-1, no lift, soft knees. Okay, strength is there.
Let's go, Caleb. 518 pounds.
All right, let's go, Caleb. 235 kilos.
Let's go, Caleb. 518, easy. Lift some kilos on that bar. One thing that you might have noticed on that with the kabuki bar is as it gets heavier, you need to control the whip at the top or it's going to pull you down.
It's a noodle bar.
It actually, in my opinion, the kabuki bar, as someone who's pulled, again, not super heavy on it, but heavy enough, I think it almost punishes explosive lifters.
It can.
If you don't have, if you're fast all the way through, I've seen it pull people back down. Not super far, but far enough where it makes it look like downward motion. I know.
I know. But in the end, I think that's where you just need to learn how to lift with it.
All right.
'Cause I love it.
53. This is going to be a state
All right,
record
let's go,
attempt.
Jonathan. This
He's going
is the
Super Saiyan
final
on this.
deadlift here for Flight B, and then we'll be on to Flight C.
Let's see what the judges have to say.
3 white lights.
Lift is good for the 148 lifter. Mark Andrews up next. We're moving on to Flight C. First attempts.
Now headed into Flight C as we rotate our judges and get everybody set. It'll be Mark, Johnny, Brandon, Eric, Brian, Carlos, Eric Dobbins.
Quick and easy. Good first attempt from Mark.
Nice start from Mark there. Good lift and a state record to start things off in flight C. Johnny Hendrickson's up next.
Johnny Hendrickson coming into the 160 kilo state record attempt.
Eric Kunkel, you're in the hole. Brian, you're 3 out. Carlos 4. Eric Dobbins 5.
Hey. No. I don't. Can she have it? No, you can't have it. No. It's not ours. So you can't. I don't mean that in a bad way. Also, I think there's gluten in there. And the judges say lift is good. 3 white lights. I don't wear mine at work.
And my other ring is too tiny on me too. But anything felt uncomfy, so like I didn't wear like hair ties either.
All right, we have Brandon up next, 182.5 kilos on the bar for him.
Brandon Curtis coming in with a solid lift. Eric Kunkel is up next, 440.9.
All right, we got Eric up here, 200 kilos on the bar. Lift is good for Eric. All right, we have Brian Harmon up next, 215 kilos for him.
All right. Quick pull for Brian. I like how simple and laid back, but regal that singlet is. I don't know why.
It's
just
very clean.
It's just clean.
Yes.
It's crisp. There's nothing extra about it. There's decoration and it looks nice.
There's enough to it, but not too much.
It's not like me wearing a flower singlet or my wife wearing the laser pizza cat.
I was gonna say laser pizza cat. All right, we got Carlos coming up next, 220 kilos on the bar. Nice opener there for Carlos.
Carlos, 485 opener for Carlos. Good lift. Eric Dobbins is up next at 512.
Christy's making it smell like a citrus forest over here.
Let me tell you what I'm eating here, Brian.
Is that an orange?
No,
Or a
it's a sumo mandarin.
sumo? What the is a sumo mandarin?
It's about as genetically modified as you can find.
I don't
but
know.
it's
I think
delicious.
corn's pretty genetically modified.
See, look at that peel. It came off so easy, all in one peel.
Clean, crisp, clear, and it's massive.
It's a little bit sweeter. These are actually small for sumo mandarins, but it is or larger, and there's no seeds.
My mind has been blown.
They're definitely a little pricier than an orange, but they taste
Delicious.
Amazing.
They're worth the price.
oh yes.
Worth their weight in
And
orange.
they're very they're so seasonal that they don't they don't have them year round. They're just this time of year.
Just like good apples only happen once or twice a year.
Correct.
You can buy apples year round, but a good crisp apple,
Only tastes good in the fall.
it only tastes good in fall. And I have a specific apple picking method at the grocery store.
What is your apple picking method?
So it's a twofold kind of thing. One, obviously you do the look around, then you grab it and you hold it up to your ear, and if you tap the top of it, it should sound hollow,
Like a watermelon.
like a watermelon. And then to make sure that it's actually like not just super wet, you grab it and you press in with your thumb. And if it gives immediately, it's going to be mushy and mealy.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, if you need to feel the snap in your thumb, and then you know you're going to get a really crisp apple.
Are you picky on your type of apple?
Not as much as most people, but I have apples that I do not like.
Red Delicious are disgusting.
They're the worst apple. My dad swore by them.
Ugh.
He was like, "These are the greatest apples," and I was like, "And this is
No.
why you're dying."
I'm a big Honeycrisp advocate, but I don't always want to pay for a Honeycrisp apple.
Honeycrisp, Fuji is pretty good. Galaxy.
Fuji's are fantastic.
Oddly enough, if I'm craving something real sour, a Granny Smith is absolutely a good Granny Smith, top tier.
Pink Lady. It's like the nice hybrid between like
But sometimes I just want to pucker up when I bite into an apple. My favorite pre-workout, sour apple. Oh,
Really?
Looks like there's a little bit of
Oh.
downward motion on that one.
yeah,
Yeah.
2-1. He had that little bobble at the top there.
Daniel's up at 524 pounds. 534, sorry.
All right. Let's get behind Daniel Tran. 242.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Settling himself in for a good fight. Breaks the ground a little bit slow. Gets it to the top. Judges say lift is waiting, 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 waiting.
It's okay, Sarah. Turn it off and then back on.
Good
Lift
lift.
here. Good lift for Daniel Trent.
Maybe we should have brought a phone charger. No. No, not really. No, the front ones don't work. You want to try the ones that don't work? The front ones aren't plugged in, Jeff.
Peyton, you're on deck. Parker, you're in the hole. Mark, you're four out.
All right, we got Jordan up next with 250 kilos on the bar.
Jordan Johnson, wheeze light. He's getting his wheezy on. Decent pull. I've noticed a lot of these younger lifters are keeping their head in a starting straight down and back.
Yeah.
And then they're just... It's an interesting method. Nothing necessarily inherently wrong with it.
No, you tuck your chin.
All right, Peyton Oliver. Nice, crisp. 562 is what's about to happen.
All right, let's go, Peyton.
Yeah, the kabuki whip got him a little bit. There was a little bit of downward motion. Let's see
Yeah,
if they...
2 to 1. There's that explosiveness you were talking about.
Yep.
I feel like you notice it more with sumo pullers, especially, than conventional. Sumo, they tend to lose their balance a little bit easier.
So, I mean, here's a question. Do the rules need to change because the equipment's changing?
So the rules state that you're not supposed to red light the lifter if the bar is settling.
But if the bar itself pulls you down, is
Right.
that your fault? Is that the bar settling? You have control.
That's ultimately up to the ref. I've heard 2 different ref perspectives, actually.
Ooh, you have... Oh, Parker coming with a 573.2.
All right, let's go, Parker. 260 kilos.
Easy.
Beautiful looking opener there for Parker.
Parker's just making a light work of all this.
All right, we got Mark up next with 135 kilos.
All right, Mark. Second attempts are coming right up.
Brian, are you ever gangster?
No.
Me neither. We're oh, we've got Mark up here, 135 kilos. They are cleaning the bar off for him. So if you guys have seen that off and on, chalk does get caked onto the bar. There's blood that can get on the bar. Urine can get on the bar. Lots of different things.
Basically,
lots
blood,
of reasons.
sweat, tears,
Lots
urine,
of reasons to clean the
baby
bar.
powder, chalk,
Right.
all kinds of bodily fluids and outside influences can get on that
Vomit.
bar.
Everything. I mean, I'm
We
talking.
talk about drug-tested nationals in 2020. Where the lady
That was a good looking opener, though.
second.
Oh, it was seconds. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. I don't want to, you know, if Leslie comes up, I don't want to repeat.
Let's go, Johnny. 385 on the bar. State record attempt for 15-year-old Johnny Hendrickson.
Nice.
Good looking second attempt there. Judges agree.
Lights at 385. Brandon's up next at 435. Another state record going down. Eric Kunkel, you're on deck. Brian, you're in the hole. Carlos, 3 out. Eric Dobbins, 4 out. Johnny, 5 out.
All right, we got
All
Brandon
right, come
Curtis
on,
up
Brandon.
next. 197.5 kilos on the bar here. All right, good looking second attempt there. What does Judge say? 3 white lights.
Brandon Curtis. Nice speed second attempt for Brandon. Next up is Eric Kunkel. 215 kilos on the bar, 474 pounds. Platform is ready, Eric. Let's go. 474. Get it, buddy.
Oh, come on.
All right, fighting
Stick
through that
with it.
lift.
Holding on to it.
What a grinder.
3 white lights.
Judges say good lift. Brian Hart up next. State record at 222 kilograms.
All right, we got Brian Harmon up next.
Is 490.5 pounds. For Brian.
He's got 222.5 pounds.
Second attempts. Like it's no one's business. Speed of this, Brian. Come on. Get it, Brian. Come on. Platform is ready, Brian. Get it. Get after it. Right arm is making it look easy, guys.
Good looking second attempt there.
3 white lights.
All right, we got Carlos Valdez up next.
237.5 on the bar.
He's got 523 pounds. Platform is ready. Carlos Valdez. 237, Carlos, you got it.
All right, let's go, Carlos. All right. There we go. Good looking. Good lift.
2 to 1. Good lift.
All right, let's go, Eric. 245
Eric the
kilos.
Red coming in with a state record attempt, 245 kilos. 540 pounds being loaded onto this dang bar right here.
Thank you. All right, let's go, Eric.
All right, 2 to 1. Good lift. Jonathan Contreras, 247.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar.
go, Daniel. Come on.
All right, good lift, Daniel. Good fight.
All right, we have 4 more second attempts here of flight C, and then we're going to be on thirds. All right, 255 kilos.
Last few deadlifters here in round 2 of Flight C.
2 to 1.
Jordan Johnson coming up next at 578 with a state record attempt. For Jordan, state record attempt here.
All right, we got Jordan up here. 262.5 kilos. 578 pounds on the bar for his second attempt. He has some long legs. His range of motion. He's got long arms to go with those long legs. Oh, come on, walk it out.
Those are
There you
actually
go.
some pretty gangly arms right there.
Yeah.
Next one is going to be Peyton Oliver. Parker, you're on deck. 589 coming up for Peyton. After these next 2 lifters, we'll start round 3 of Flight C.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Christy.
Put down in my head.
Oh, you picked up what I was putting down.
All right, Peyton, we got 267.5 on the bar here.
All right, so Peyton had a little bit of up and down motion on this one. He's got the strength to pull this. He's 18, pulling 589. Like, that's incredible. He can't even grow a full beard yet, but he's still pulling almost 600 pounds.
Oh, hold on to that bar.
Let's see what they say. For
Very gentle. I like the look
A
of
2
it.
to 1,
Good.
he's on the board. Dig it. All right, we got Parker up next with his second attempt, 287.5 kilos or 633.8 pounds.
All right, Austin's being very clean and controlled with our platform up there, doing a great job as platform manager. If you're looking for a man who can deadlift and dip, Austin's your man. He's a dad, a deadlift Austin dipper. Dip Austin deadlift. All right, Parker coming in with 633.8 being loaded onto the bar.
let's get it up for Parker Timms going 633 here on the second attempt state record.
All right, let's go, Parker.
All right,
He's
setting that
setting his
hook in.
hooker up there. Hey, that was
Stands
a
up with
solid
it.
second.
Good lift. His delts be popping with veins. All right, moving on to third attempts. Flight C.
All right, we got Mark Andrew up, 142.5 kilos on the bar, 314.2 pounds.
Again, Parker coming in with a 479 dots.
We are in the third attempts now with Mark Andrew at 314.
Johnny's on deck. Brandon's in the hole. Brian is 3 out. Carlos 4. Eric Dobbins 5.
Good lift for Mark Andrew. That's a state record for him. We got Johnny up next at 402 for another state record attempt.
All right, we got Johnny up next, 182.5 kilos. Oh, he's getting some back slaps off screen here. You can hear him. Love a good back slap. Really makes me angry.
You can hear a good back slap and a
Yeah.
bad back
Yeah,
slap.
that was not a good back slap
No.
in my opinion. It was slappy.
It was muddy. That
Yeah.
was a muddy sounding back slap.
Ooh, not
And that's
quite
what
there.
happens when you don't get a good back slap.
Right?
So
I'm a big fan of the JP Price back slap.
So-
It's like a big palm bear
I've
thing
gotten
hitting the middle
bear
of your
palm.
back.
I've gotten a bear palm from JP. I've also gotten a double back slap from Tom.
Tom's never backslapped me.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
tell
know
you-
that he would ever backslap a girl, honestly.
If he felt like he might.
I think you'd have to ask for it.
Just a big old Tom paw. This thing is like the size of an oven mitt. Came flying out of nowhere. I was not expecting it. And you just hear this crack as it slammed onto my back. And I just do one of these. I go, oh, wow. I look back.
great.
And
It's riveting.
I literally look back and just go, ow. And I get back underneath. I get underneath the bar and I just go. Talking about those Tom back slaps. I know. It was not fun. All right, it's a little bit music quiet here. I was going to ask for JP to start singing. A little bit of karaoke.
No, I don't know if we want JP to sing.
Kilo karaoke over here. Maybe get a collective hum going on. What? Oh, wait, what?
Good lift for Brandon at 4.
Great looking.
That's a state record attempt for Brandon. So hungry. It's been taking me everything out for
All right, we got Brian Harmon up next with his third attempt for 227.5 kilos.
So Brian, 5-1, third attempt, state record. Close it out today.
There we go. Stick with it, Brian. There we go. 3 lights for Brian. Great day for him. We got Carlos Valdez up next with 247.5 kilos. That's 545 freedom units.
Let's go, Carlos. 545 on the third attempt deadlift for Carlos Valdez.
All right, let's go, Carlos. Stick with it. Come on, lock it out. Hey.
Should have worn the Timbs for that one because you put in work.
Nice work.
Good lift. Eric Johnson up next. Yeah, Colin Ford.
All right, let's go, Eric. 250 keys or 551 pounds on the bar here for his third and final deadlift attempt.
A couple quick towards the end here. Testing. And don't leave or else you forfeit your score for the day if you get called for drug testing. Yeah, or you just shoot it.
All right, we got Daniel here, 255 kilos on the bar.
Daniel trans up at 562. Johnny, you're on tag.
Stick with it. Come on. Hold on to that bar. Ooh, man, he's really trying. He's still trying. Okay. I got stuck, but he tried. He didn't get lightheaded at all either. It was really impressive.
He literally fought gravity.
Yeah, he
Gravity
did.
said no. He said, I'm going to try anyway.
I'm going to try anyway.
Okay, Gravity said no. He said, well, I'm still going to try. And Gravity's like, all right, equal opposites, bitch. I'm a magnet. You're floating.
All right, we got Jonathan up next. 260 kilos, 573 pounds on the bar.
We'll do that after flight D.
All right, Jonathan Contreras.
That was a speedy third attempt. 3 white lights.
Easy money.
All right, JP Price. We got a little echo in the room here.
Sometimes he copies me, too.
Yeah, that's also true. We all kind of talk about the same.
It's because we've been around each other so much, we say the exact same things.
I know. it's also 4:30 in the afternoon, and I feel like we're starting to hit the end of our wits here.
Well, I hit the end of my wits like an hour and a half ago. I don't. To be fair, I don't start off with very many wits.
You don't have very many wits?
No.
All right, Colin, 265.5 kilos. Ooh, not quite.
Not quite there on that third attempt. We got Jordan Johnson coming up. 600 pounds on the bar for 18-year-old Jordan Johnson. Mr. Jordan Johnson to you when he rips this off the floor. Let's go, Jordan.
What? All right, 3 attempts left in Flight C, and then we'll move on to Flight D and start cooking it.
All right, we got Jordan Johnson up here, 272.5 kilos.
600.8 pounds.
All right, making sure that bar is nice and tidy for Jordan here. The crew's done a really great job to make sure that the platform's safe for our lifters competing today.
Platform is ready.
Let's go, Jordan. Oh, come on, stick with it. Oh no, stuck.
Close, Jordan. Bad news it didn't go up today. The good news is it will before you come by here.
That was a good line.
You're at 606 pounds. Parker, you're on deck. Last 2 days.
All right, we got Peyton up next with 275 kilos, 606 pounds. Oh, come on. Oh! Strength wasn't quite there. Grip wasn't quite there.
It was a little combo of both. Little bit of one, little bit of two.
Not quite there on that third attempt. What a good day for him. We got Parker coming up with the old 666. Deadlift attempt. State record for Parker Gibbs.
All right, Parker is up next with 302.5 kilos. This is a state record attempt. 666 on the bar.
Let's go, Parker.
This is a fun way to end the day. 666 deadlift.
We're getting edgy over here. If I don't hear an evil laugh in the middle of this, just
Now, fun fact, at USAPL, like Big Meets, where Gino comes and commentates, he brings out like devil horns and they like flashlights, and it's like this big ordeal.
that's
It's
because
fun.
it's a big number.
It is a fun number.
All right, Parker's settling that hook in.
Let's go, Parker.
State record attempt for Parker Gibbs.
Let's go, Parker. Come on.
He was gathering energy right before this.
Hey. Oh, stick with it. Come on.
Finish
Lock
it
it out.
out.
Lock it out.
Let me hold it.
I don't know. He held that there, dude. Yeah. I don't know what that was on the way down, other than to show that he had control of it. But man, holy moly.
What? Delicious.
Cody, keep two people warm. I feel like now I'm gonna have to play level every.
All right, we're starting our flight D here with Mac. 192.5 kilos. Hey, catch him. Got a little dizzy. He's still getting a little dizzy at the top there. Oh, they got called for soft knees there. Trying to figure out what he got called for, but he got called for soft knees. We've got Randy up next.
Now I'm replacing every.
All right, we got Randy up next. 446. Good looking opener there for Randy.
Good lift, 3 whites across the board. Next up, at Blake Krause. Coming in. Opener, looking like a state record. Start off the day.
All right, we got Blake here. 215 kilos on the bar for Blake. Three white lights for Blake. He's got a long distance to travel there.
Caleb opening up with 500 Loaders looking like a well-oiled machine. Give it up to the spotters and loaders today, guys. They have been busting their minds to make sure that everybody stays safe. Let's give it up to the spotters and loaders.
All right, we got Caleb here. 227.5. Oh.
501 as an opener.
Oh.
Caleb is years old. Still in the junior.
Good looking opener for Caleb here. All right, we got 534 pounds for Alec.
Platform is ready, Alec. This is all you, big guy. Come on, big slap. Come on, Alec. Big press, big pull. All the way up, atta boy.
Nice looking opener there.
Light for Alec Velasquez.
Gonna do a little while you're doing that, and then while you're doing that, I'm also gonna.
Come on, Devin. This is all you, big guy.
All right, we got Devin here with 245 kilos on the bar, 540 pounds. Woo! That was a fast opener. Fast and pretty.
Come on, let's put the big weight on there.
Hopefully his coach knows how to load the bar this next time and add some weight to that. All right, we got Joel up next, 267.5.
Let's go, Joel. Platform is yours, big guy. Come on, brother.
This is 589 pounds.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's get up behind him for this.
There you go.
Joel McQueen with a big pull for the opening inside.
3 white lights. All right, we got John DeLapp up next with 280 kilos. This is opener, 617 pounds.
Guys, these deadlifts are starting to get big and fast. Let's get after it, John. Platform is ready, John.
All right, let's go, John.
All right, so 617 for John.
Nice looking opener there for John. 3 white lights.
All right, and Austin going with 672.4.
All right, we got the
I was
last
wrong,
opener
Christy.
here.
They're both basically the same age. I think John's 30 and Austin's 29.
29. They're basically the same age. All right, we got 305 kilos here for Austin. That was fast. Oh, a 2-1. Not sure what he got called on that. What Amy called him on over there.
But
Oh,
he is on the platform.
all right. We got Mac up here next. 197.5 kilos for a second attempt.
Back, take a deep breath, my guys. We're not going to be falling down anymore.
All right, Mac. All right, let's go back.
I'm also a psychopath. I saw.
All right, we got Caleb up here. 207.5 kilos on the bar. He is 18. Hold on to that bar. 2-1.
Good lift. Randy Moore coming up again.
All right, Randy's got 215 kilos, 474 pounds.
Randy's face got real pinched there towards the top. Do you want one?
There we go. 227 there for Blake's second attempt. All right, we got Caleb here, 232.5. All right, we got Alec up here, 255 kilos on the bar. Good looking second attempt there. Numbers up on there for his third attempt. All right, we have Devin up next with 573 on the bar, 260 kilos. This is a 15 kilo jump from his first attempt. Needs to call at least 600 for that third attempt. That was easy. All right, we got Joel up next, going at 280 kilos on the bar. 617 pounds. All right, let's go, Joel. 280 kilos here. Holy moly, let's lock that out. There you go. Let's have some fun for that third attempt now.
So good.
All right, we got John DeLapp here. 297.5 kilos on the bar. This is 655 pounds. All right, let's go, John. Come on. Well, that was fast. Man, that was good. All right, we'll see what he calls for his third. Better put some weight on the bar is right. All right, we got Austin here. This is 705-pound deadlift here for his second attempt. Well, that was an easy pull for him. He is strong. All right, we are on third attempts of Flight D. right, 202.5 kilos here for Mac. He didn't go. No, right?
Ranks on his first one on the okay.
Let's go, Caleb. Guys, we got proud. Gotta get proud. Come on.
All right, we got 220 keys here for Caleb. This is 485 pounds. Oh. Let's see what those judges say on that. 2-1. All right, we've got Randy up next with 230 keys on the bar. All right, let's go, Randy. This is 507 pounds.
Randy, this looks like he's about to pass out any moment.
Let's go, Randy. Come on, stick with it. Come on, Randy. Go, go, go. Oh, oh. Not there for Randy today. His face is as red as those lights are. His face is as red as those red lights. All right, next up is Blake, 235 kilos on the bar. All right, 245 pounds here for Caleb, not Leanne Womack.
Caleb, L.A. Womack.
All right, we have 5 more deadlifts of the day here. It is 5 p.m. and we have 5 more deadlifts. All right, 265 keys, 589 pounds here. Oh, not quite here.
Devin coming in at 620
Let's go, Devin. 600.8, 272.5. Woo! All right, let's go, Devin. Stick with it. Come on, lock it out. Let's go. Low, pull, pull. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that smile. Man, this man does not get excited very often, so everybody hope you saw that happen. He just doesn't get excited like that very often, so that's very exciting. That was a big old smile. All right, Joel's up next, 628 pounds. Woo! The platform is not ready, but Joel is excited to do this. 285 keys.
Let's go, Joel McQueen.
All right, let's go, Joel. This is 628. Oh, come on, lock it out. Stick with it. Come on, lock it out. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Oh, not quite there today for Joel. That's okay. That's all right. All right, John DeLapp is up next for his third attempt, and they called 700 pounds.
All right, John. All right, John.
317.5. John said he wanted 7 the other day. This is his time. Peyton called it. Let's see if he can do it. All right. Let's go, John. Come on. Let's go. All right, now I'll turn my mic on. All right, let's go, John. Come on, stick with it. Holy God, come on, no. Oh, not quite. Ooh, he got dizzy, lightheaded. Not quite there for John today. All right, we got one more deadlift here today. 722 for Austin. All right, let's go, Austin. 722 pounds on the bar.
All right. This is the last pull of the day.
All right, let's go, Austin. Come on.
Gripping it.
Let's go. Keep going. Pull, pull, pull. Yeah! Let's see what those judges say. 3 white lights. Way to end the day here. All right, that is it. That is all she wrote. Hope everyone has a great night.
We'll miss you. See you later at the next one.